Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Ooh, yeah. You got the best of me. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, you're fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, help me end up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, bitch I got PhD, I'm all that you need, you just give me I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me. But forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine. And you'll keep on breaking.
Hello everyone and welcome to Challenges Northeast. Hope you guys have got a snack and drink by your side and are all relaxed and ready because the show is about to start. Just a small disclaimer, the next video does have flashing images, so if you're sensitive to these types of things, be back in about a minute or so. But without any further ado, may the Challenges Northeast season begin. Oh my God, Ryan, I can't believe we're finally back. We are so back, dude. I mean, look, the last time we were here, so many things have happened, right? We've crowned an Ascension team, right? Apex making it into VCT. We've merged with with the biggest Challengers League as well, so we've become even bigger. And yeah, we are filled with a lot of organizations this year. So I feel like this season is, couldn't have started any better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit nervous, I suppose, about the game and like the state of it as well, because you got Vice in the game for the first time. Obviously,
yeah.
Teo is now available in this part of the tournament. yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one meta-wise. New map pool, no Ascent for the first time in history. So it's going to make these like best of ones on the first day a little bit more unique than we're used to.
Oh yeah, so many things have happened off server, on server, but let's figure out what's going on in general for the next few days of action. Starting off with the schedule of today. Obviously, we are starting off with a main Swiss stage of best of ones, so all the teams here that have made it up into this point will have to play up against each other. Best of ones, like we said, it's a main Swiss stage, so the first to 3 wins makes it into the next stage, aka playoffs. And yeah, these are the teams we've got on for today, and I believe we've got the graphic as well for tomorrow's matches as well.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a mix of the teams that have been invited to this point. You know, Team Liquid Academy is going to be one to really keep an eye on. But then you've got a good mix of teams from last year, whether it's players or the organization that's been invited, or just coming through the open qualifiers themselves. So you've got a good mix of those Polaris players, but also the East side as well that are joining us for this year.
We do. And as you have all just witnessed, so many organizations, right? Yeah, sure, you've got an inside team here or there, but you know, it's not challenges without one or two of those. But yeah, I feel this is the most orgs we've seen in quite some time, and I'm super excited. You know, the health of the scene is really, really important. But
yeah,
if you guys are not familiar with the Swiss format, which is currently the format that both the lower Swiss, which happened off air at the start of this tournament, and this current main Swiss that will take place imminently, it goes like this. Like we said, 3 wins and you qualify. But Ryan, that's not all, is it?
No, not at all. I think it's basically trying to get to this point. The first part of this tournament is best of ones, but once we get into those elimination games or those advancement stages, that's when we're looking into like full best of threes. So you don't need to worry. The big games are going to be full best of threes for us to check out. So today and tomorrow is a good like taster, I suppose, as to what these teams are able to do, and seeing the top 16 teams in this region that are potentially going to gun for playoffs, and also EMEA challenges, which makes a reintroduction to the scene this year.
Oh my word, I'm so glad you mentioned the EMEA challenges, because, you know, the best type of action of challenges has been Ascension up until this point. How about let's have cross-regional play throughout the year? I'm loving that, man. I feel like that's such an important part of the year. I think it will grow viewership. I think people would just tune into those a lot to see the top of each region's competition. And I think it could also help these teams excel and give them a much better chance that once they make it into VCT, they'll have the reps to, you know, have the experience of a much better quality. And by the time Ascension comes, I think we'll be looking at some very high-tier Valorant. But I think that's enough of a speculation overall here, Ryan. Let's talk about today's matches. And starting things off is Metizport versus EXO Clan. Now, familiar faces and not such familiar faces. Talk me through your expectations about this one.
Oh, it's a tricky one, really, because you have got like a mix of some of the talent that we've seen last year, or whether it's talent that we've seen frequently throughout the years of Valorant. For example, you got Cider on this team for Metizport, a Juicy that's been on various teams in like the tier 2, tier 1.5 elements in the early days of EMEA, but also like Anguist, who was in EMEA Ascension last year with CGN, back in the like UK and Nordic region, I suppose, for Polaris on that side of it. But then you have got like Zoran, who we saw a lot of, we call Requiem, last year, and people like JJ that have been on various teams in Turkey. So it's like a weird melting pot, I suppose, of not only talent within the regions, but also in Turkey, from Hungary, like Eastern Europe, obviously. So yeah, it's an eclectic group of players, that's for sure, on both sides.
It really is, and I feel there's going to be a lot of action like that on the server as well, cross-regional play and regional rivalries. But let's look at these teams one by one, starting with Metizport. Like Ryan already mentioned, they are quite frankly a bit of a mixed match of players from all across Europe, Hungarian, with the likes of Chinook. You know, you've got Jusu, who's Irish/French. You've got Danes, the Danish brains for Cider, and of course you can't forget the Turkish from Berzi. Oh, and yeah, of course there's some British copium that you cannot forget in the likes of Anguist. So yeah, like we said, a lot of challenges potential here, a lot of you know, information on how this regional play can go, and a lot of experience in that way. Is this, you feel, Ryan, an opportunity for Metizport to reach these top spots?
And they've been like fighting to try and get in for like close qualifiers last year as well, to beat us two teams that were like a part of Polaris at that point. And in both stages that we saw last year, Metizport are two very different teams. So they aren't afraid to make sweeping changes if things don't go well.
Cool.
So they're just picking the best talent that they can. People like Burzy, we've not seen play on a team like officially in Tier 2 since 2023, where he was on Supermassive Blaze in Turkey. So you imagine a lot of these players went through the trialing process, went through those kind of points, but it's also like you want to have a team for a good amount of time to build up some of that rapport and team play, which EXO, they've had some of these players since February of last year. So they've got that in droves, as we're about to highlight.
Exactly. Let's look at EXO. They did make it through the lower Swiss stage, right? I think that was a pretty consistent and demanding, performance that they showed during the lower Swiss. But this is just the start, right? A lot of these teams are just formed and need some time to gel together. But yeah, another mismatch of different nationalities all around. I think, you've got some returning players to the scene that you need to look at. I think Soren is one of the big ones that, he managed to make it into challenges with Requiem at the end of last split, and look, they're not in here again. So he had to do it all over again with EXO Clan. So I'm super glad we get to see him, because it's he's one of those players that can pop off in various moments and you can't expect it, but does a pretty good job at it. And with Requiem bringing that knowledge of being able to perform right off the gate, I think that's super important in stages like this, right? With best of ones, where you're jumping into a main Swiss, where you can't afford too many losses. That's some valuable experience to bring in.
Oh, for sure. It really is just like you have, as we're going to highlight later on, you've got some teams of some players that it's crazy to see them play at this level, knowing their tenure and stuff. But I think here you have two orgs that are just trying to test the waters with Valorant. EXO Clan has been very much involved in the Tier 3 scene. We've not seen them qualify for Polaris last year, as an example, from that UK and Nordic side. But for Metizport, they were just starting to get into that upper echelon with various teams. So because it's a best of one, and like I said, because we don't have Ascent, which is usually the go-to map in best of ones, with everything else being banned out, it is a bit of a surprise to see Pearl showing up. But realistically, what else would there be? Haven, probably. Stuff like Bind and Fracture gonna require a little bit more coordination. So I'm really uncertain what the most popular map is going to be in this best of one stage.
Yeah, I guess we'll get a feeler for it the next few days. But for the first one, the first choice is Pearl. Due to the ban of Abyss from EXO Clan. I don't blame them too much. All of these maps can be a little bit intricate, but Pearl is a returning bread and butter. Well, bread and butter, I don't know if you can call that. But yeah, I'm glad it's returned into the map pool. I think it was a very interesting addition. Obviously some hate towards that map as well. A lot of players, a lot of teams didn't fancy it due to the one-sidedness on one of their sites and all that. But yeah, Pearl to be the first one. What is the strengths, do you think, for this one, given that it's a best of one? Pearl, what are the important factors for these two teams to accomplish to try and get a foothold over it quicker?
Yeah, I think Teo's the more interesting potential coin flip here, because these teams that have come through the open qualifiers haven't had the chance to play him. He's being introduced in this stage, so if you're one of these invitee close qualifier teams like Metizport are, you have the opportunity to potentially pull it out in these stages. So the hero pools are definitely big factor. You mentioned the B-site disdain, I suppose, that the community had, but you have to remember that Riot changed the site. It was a lot better, and then it was taken off the map pool. So it's going to be more diverse, I think, in meta picks as well, because Viper's a lot worse. Viper was super popular on this map, as was Astra, but now you've got Clove that might be able to compete in that slot just a little bit more because of global utility, especially when she goes down. So we've seen a lot more different stuff on Pearl across all of the VCT regions at the very least, but there's definitely some firm favorites here or there on duelists or initiators, for example.
Yeah, sure. And I think Pearl is one of those maps, like you said, that has a big variety on how you approach it. Sure, there are some of your staples, but there are many ideas on how you want to go with it. And I feel, it being away for a year with different additions in the agents, different changes in the meta as well, the changes that have come across since to the already existing agents since the last time we saw Pearl be played out. could mean for quite a meta shift. And let's be fair, VCT, they've played a few of these maps already, so it's not like these challenger teams will be the first to try and figure how this map is played. They've already got a few VODs to look in. They've already got some experience to look at as well, and to figure out what maybe are the strongest choices, what are the bigger teams going for, and I think that might be a little bit helpful. Mind you, folks, we are waiting for the agent select. It should be with us shortly. Thank you for your patience, by the way. But Ryan, I am actually excited about this one. There's a smaller delay, even though people are not fans of yappers. Let's talk about the teams a little bit more in retrospect. The whole league, you know, with the teams that we've got, East and North merging, the plethora of talent joining us. Which teams stand out to you the most, man?
Team Liquid Academy for one. It's nice to just see Academy teams in here. I think the most obvious one realistically is probably Enterprise, when you've got two champions winning players of Zeke and Keyless on there. Like, that's literally the game after this, so we'll get plenty of time to talk about them shortly.
Oh, wow. Okay, straight into game. No agent select. I love it. I guess we can get to talk about the comps shortly as well. We got double Vice. Love it. And Tejo makes his debut. Oh, my goodness. It couldn't get any better than this.
I mean, yeah, I think, like, Tejo, this is a popular map for him. At least it has been in EMEA, where I think we've seen the most of him used, realistically. But Vice, too, coming up in a lot of popularity. Killjoy was another option. But stuff like the Sova, more popular than the Fade across the board. Astra's on both sides. It is going to be Metizport attacking first, and it seems that they're going to be cutting through market, just fighting mid.
First round of main Swiss here at Challengers Northeast is taking place, with Jusu looking to make some moves out in mid, as EXO Clan have taken on the defensive side. Metizport on attack have been able to retaliate, and they seem to have put B under their sights.
EXO attacking instead, just cutting for an B site. I like the lurk from the Astra. You got that global utility, so you can get a lot of help. Besides, trying to sneak through, taking some of these fights, isolated a little bit, and a nice pick from JJ.
Really important stuff. Take down Cider without the trade. So now they've got the advantage on the hold. Triple player towards the back of the site. Treacherous across. EXO Clan. Limited resources. They do have the recon bot available, which could help them out a little bit, crossing into the site, finding some info, but it's got to be accurate. And EXO Clan are waiting for their opponents to use their utility. They do move in, but it's Lukey to double up, make it triple, make it explosive. Metizport with round 1 of the season.
Yeah, just a fine pick into market, just allows that space over towards the B site. It's a good split onto the site as well. I think it was only JJ that went down B main, that long straight route, coming out and taking that fight. And Cider was just sort of left alone, isolated well, tried to hold his own, but it was good patience from EXO with where they take the fights. They weren't just rushing in, they weren't just dying for no reason. Is Metizport on the defense, grouping up on A, looking to fight this space, and it might be met by EXO.
Indeed. You can see EXO using Deo to make sure that Metizport don't go to a too aggro position themselves, but this attempt to cross in the main doesn't bear fruit. EXO Clan do get the picks they would have liked. They've got the better guns, and now they've got 1 and 15 minutes to figure out what they want to do next.
A lot of patience. Used the Vice Flower Flash to be able to see if they can catch any more information. They also have the wall over all the way onto the B side, so if anybody tries to flank, they should know about it unless it comes through mid. For him, Metizport, they're expecting that this is going to be a rotate, but EXO are just cutting noise. Metizport are falling for it, but realistically, you're in a 3 versus 4, you've full weaponry, you can't really take any chances.
Well, there you have it. EXO Clan. I'm able to find a vacant A site with Metizport taking the wrong gamble. And I'm just now looking for some spoils of war. There is JJ and Estro that are quite low. Could be potential pickups.
Would make the bonus less scary. It could be around win. Like this post plant, you've got 3 players in A main ready to go off this, and Astra Star as well as the Astra rotating all the way around. So SR being low shouldn't matter.
Couple of guarantees. That could allow EXO to just nail in the final piece into this coffin and make the second round themselves. Yeah, it's simple stuff. As EXO Clan have only one casualty this round, Metizport will drop to the spike explosion. Make sure those orbs aren't handed over any other way as we enter potentially Metizport's first buy round.
Yeah, strange old moment, I suppose. But for EXO Clan, even just the small stuff there of like JJ and ESO were the two players that were like low on HP. So I don't know whether they swapped the guns around to give them the Spectre and just the Ghost in those situations. But it's good discipline, right? We have two players that are low, don't give them any rifles that we might have. Means that this is a pretty decent bonus. 2 Guardians. Seems to be more like pressure going towards A main again, fighting for this orb.
And this time, it actually might be working out, but Jusu isn't out of trouble just yet. Sticks around, and his Phantom is doing work. Oh, yes it is! And a grand beginning to Metasport's buying attempts. Lucas, all that remains for EXO Clan, and I think the story has already been written.
Spike left in a really difficult position for Luca to go and pick it up. Oh, but just as Jusu looks away.
I'm so happy that Jusu just holds back here. Doesn't take the fight. Goes for his team for reinforcements. Double peak. And the rest is history. Metizport with a first round win to try and keep this competitive from the get-go.
Good damage from Jusu, just keeps things going into their favor on this defense. Not playing too shy, not afraid. You could say it's a little bit of a risk, right? Because you know that you're going up against worse weaponry. So closing the distance and fighting that aggressively could catch you out. But a good fight to show confidence. It's full buy. Ultimate's not quite on the board yet for anybody in particular. And EXO looking to sort of take a bit more patience. Aggression over towards A. And that's predominantly where this Vice utility is, just to stop and execute on A main.
Guided salvo found. Metizport are aware of some mid presence. Jusu. The fact that Metizport are confident to go for peaks like that is just intent here. But EXO Clan have been able to crush anyone that has joined their sight lines. That's explosive. Metizport aren't given a chance.
Well, it just seemed like multiple people peaked, but what was it off the back of a KO flash? I didn't hear anything. It was just that the one got picked a bit over time. I think it was Burzy that was by double doors that gets picked off first, and then 3 players peeking out of art. Just there wasn't any utility or anything to follow up on.
Metizport 3 out of 3 times so far have gone for aggressive plays from the beginning of the round. Look, teams do this. Obviously, you want to gain some early information, maybe get away with a pick, try and have the leading hand coming into a round and make your opponents reactive, try to pressure them, trying to figure out how they respond. But it hasn't worked out as Metizport would have liked, which set them back a little bit. Sider's being chased after. You can hear the commotion, tries to hold on to his gun, and that he does. That's important.
A bit more damage done. Money isn't too crazy for EXO. It does mean that now stuff like Luki is 1 away from having his ultimate. And speaking of Luki, I think the only thing that he used was a TP right at the start of the round, just to set it up. I don't think he ever actually used it. Had both the flashes, had the decoy. Like, nothing was really needed at all from EXO Clan. And so tech pause, maybe that's one of the reasons why the round went south for Metizport. But, you know, it's typical across the EMEA, I'd say, to have tech pauses like this. So I feel like we're just fitting in.
Yeah, of course. I did just receive word. It is mouse problems. I assume those can be simply fixed. Maybe a replacement hopefully is available. Or maybe the wire just needs to be put in right again. Who knows? Those things could be anything. But doesn't sound like a long one for us. But I think going back to the save here from Cider, the fact that he was able to grab a double kill as well as hold on to the Phantom, it feels like Metizport could easily just chip into this, a dropped rifle, buying onto another, Jusu maybe going with that one, hoping that he can get his hands onto blades with an orb or so. It's not too bad, it's just that it's a risky one. Yeah, they will go for it, but obviously going into this next round, their economical situation isn't that great. So it's a bit of a must-win round if they don't want EXO to run away with things.
His ultimates are about to come online too. Like, especially when you've got stuff like the Vice ultimate, the Dimensional Drift for Yoru, even Heo's ult can just make so much space for the team and just execute hard over on that A site.
Locating target.
This isn't quite like a full eco required for Metizport, and I mean the same players come out over and over again on that A side. EXO are wiser to it, and Cider needs to be careful he's not going to get caught out double doors.
Hidden Salvo is just ridiculous, man. So funny to look at as well. Burzy, back end of that fight. Still gets away with one, but his life is traded. EXO's plan is to try and create some space here, but it's a bit of a push and pull as there's more attention being drawn to doors. Cider is ready for the fight, albeit the weaker weapon, and that puts Metizport in pole position for this round. Jusu as well as a position of guarantee, and it's just enough to put everyone where they belong in the ground.
Yeah, key pick from Burzy right at the start of that round. You could sort of already tell what Metizport are trying to look towards when it comes to defending. They're not afraid to take fights in the slightest, and every like fair fight that they've been able to take, they've come out on top. Maybe this isn't quite fair if you got Cider playing that close with the Stinger, but you can see the Metizport 3 players almost always towards A, playing off of each other, baiting and rotating. It's just EXO, if they can force Metizport to peek out a little bit early to try and get information, that's when they can catch players by surprise. A better discipline from Metizport, forcing EXO onto an eco.
So it's a bit of a must-win round for both teams. But as previously alluded to, triple ultimate availability for EXO clan. Juicy with the blades, but he's also got a Vandal he can use for now. Maybe that won't be taken, but look at the minimap. Juicy's gone for a little bit of a walk. He's got a lot of information here. But EXO clan aren't thinking really about this left-hand side, which has allowed a third player to navigate towards this A-side defense.
And so much utility here. It feels like all of the Vice stuff on defense hasn't really been needed because the round has ended either side before they can even get onto site.
Oh, man. Scary stuff.
Just whether ultimates get used from EXO here, because you've got so many of them. Do you try it on an eco?
This could be brutal. This could be the meat grinders. A lot of utility baited out already. There's a Razor Vine. It's no longer available to be used. There's a clan of patient. And Metizport have made Shinnick to move out of the way. Anguis, that's clean. Burzy as well. They're playing whack-a-mole right now. And EXO can't do a thing about it.
It's just so much time was wasted at the start of the round for EXO. Like, they show a lot, they activate a lot of that Vice utility, namely the wall with the Euro decoy, and there's 30 seconds on the clock. Then you'll get hit by a KO knife, and they have no other option to rotate to B, because Metizport have the full map control. It really does come to a case of like, okay, if EXO want to try and win this round, they need to get onto site, and they just have to run through 4 players that are set up with guns, able to fight them. At least now for EXO, you have 5 ultimates. Not sure when it comes to like timeouts if this is something that either team will want to do early, but you have to imagine if EXO don't pick up this round, a timeout would follow very shortly afterwards.
Right, Salvo. I think it spots out both players in the corner. Cider's hoping that it didn't quite spot him, but I think his gun was visible. Here comes the Armageddon, and it's just enough to deal with Burzy, leaving Metizport with the player behind. 3 against 4 as EXO can look to breach the B site. Jusu, Razor Vine to his feet. He needs to get away. And Steel Garden is also
It's 4 ults.
unleashed. That's a lot expended. And these one-on-one trades are favoring EXO, but Anguist and Shinnick have shown their mark. That is incredible by Metizport as they react quickly to the B site execute.
EXO using 4 ultimates and still losing the round. They don't even get the plant down, which is probably why you'd use the 5th one of the Astral too. They were like picking up the ultimates, they were creating so much space, but there was just little gaps that Metizport were able to play in, and people like Anguist not afraid to go and take these fights head on. No ultimates were used from Metizport in that round. They have 4 out of 5 available, and Anguist is 1 away from getting his. So that's got to be a huge confidence knock for EXO Clan. I'm not sure if they have a coach, but even then, it might be just a good time to take a time out to discuss what's going wrong.
By the way, I've just realised I've been calling the stealth drone wrong. I've been calling it the guided salvo, but that's the E ability. That's the brimstone attack thing.
People in like chats across all of like what we're being broadcasting on can tell me, but I don't think that like people call ability names their own stuff anyway, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Like Skydog and all that. Don't think they're going to be that particular about it, especially for new character where people are like, even in games now, I'm having people like, wait, what does this do?
True. EXO are trying to brute force their way in. There's just way too many angles. That's rough by Shinnick. He should have collected that 1 kill. It might be an opening created now, as an A-site kill has also fell into EXO's hands. Hunter's Fury. That could do a lot of damage. And maybe even a pickup. Yes, Shinnick, well placed. Juju with blades. And even though EXO Clan might have been provided a gift earlier, they may be fumbling the bag. JJ, oh, a bit too close to the action there. And didn't expect that 2 players could be that close already. Luca, with just 5 points of health, is asking for a dream here. Oh, but no. Recon and Shock Darts all fall in the right place. And that allows Metizport to continue their winning streak here on this defense.
Yeah, EXO actually almost making Eco work out for them, able to get a plant at a player advantage. It was a really nice Hunter's Fury from Shinna. I think Mosley was known from his Sentinel play last year, but has moved over to that Initiator role, make way for Anguist. But that was just like good patience. There was no panic after losing a couple fights. You get the first kill as well with the Outlaw over on like B main. Yet, able to go in and get the defuse. EXO Clan now on a full buy, now taking the time out before they go into this round. Again, you look at the ultimates and stuff available to them. It is just that Cosmic Divide that they have handy. Whereas Metizport could use this as a chance now to be like, okay, what do we expect them to do? How are they going to set up? Where do we want to take these fights?
Yeah, a bit of thinking time. Metizport did show composure after their first losses, but EXO Clan need to do the same. Still, just 4 rounds remaining in the half, so potential for them to not only recover but find the lead here. But like we said, this is a best of 1, right? Sure, it's a Swiss stage. Sure, you can afford some mistakes, but you know, you lose into lower Swiss. You're not quite sure who you're going to be meeting there. So many really strong teams. Massive rosters. I feel like this is probably the most stacked we've seen any Challenger League ever. Sure, there's no surprise because of the region clash, but I don't know, man. There's something about this season. So many teams have now garnered experience in the Tier 2 level. They're bound to have learned a thing or two.
At least you'd hope so. At this point, it doesn't look like EXO are going to be contesting much on A main, but neither are Metizport. And now the operator set up for Jusu. That's something that they've got to keep an eye out. Luckily, they have a lot of utility and ways to do it. But they have to go careful. Expect every corner to have this operator right around the... Seeing exactly what can be done.
It's all mid-control. For now. EXO expended on the right-hand lurk, and Luca towards the other.
There.
One prowl already used by Soren. You don't really want to use the next one until you're on for the execute. You see Metizport, the 2 players, Cider and Burzy, just moving around from different positions in B-Link to just not be caught out. All these corners being pinged that no player from Metizport is around. There's that second prowler, gets some information, but not that there's 2 players there, and everybody's looking to head over towards B main.
Oh man. man. And I feel like Metizport might have got the right read here. Again, Vice setup, right where
30 seconds
she
left.
should be. Cosmic Divide, creating a bit of a matrix of cosmoses. What's the plural of cosmos?
It's 20 seconds. Cosmi?
Cosmi could be. Cider. Oh, he's in a tough angle. Does get hit by the vines. 14 seconds. Everyone is nearby, apart from one player from Metizport. Anguis gets a double, and it's enough to delay the plant. 5 seconds. The plant will be successful. But Shinnick was all across the other side of the map, so he needs to make his way here. Do EXO Clan know where he could potentially be coming from? There's a one-way now. Uh-oh. Shinnick is not going to be comfortable to take this fight. Recon will reveal where he's coming from. We'll try and reveal them both of them in front of him. Oh, there could have been a chance. They really could, but EXO Clan took no chance in bunching up together there as they breach the gap 5-4.
Yeah, just going for a straight B execute without those ultimates. Cosmic Divide creating some space. Metizport using their own in kind. And it does make that Steel Garden from Anguis, the Vice ultimate, a lot harder to deal with, because if he used it without the protection of his teammates, Astra ult, you know that he's in that corner, he's tucked in based on where the radius of that ultimate is coming from, right? So it makes it really difficult for EXO to isolate the Vice, and that's why Anguis was able to get, what, 2 free kills in that fight?
To what fight? Neither connect. Spike left behind. Bit of a reconnaissance affair for EXO for now. Ooh, look how quickly Cider is to react to move into zone smoke. Make sure there's no instant adaptation from EXO, but there's a bit of a head-to-head with the Astras. Oh, the walls. Cider somehow gets one. Shinnick sneaks past
missed him.
and ends up with another. Anguish sticks around. And Metizport, they're just surprising me by how fast they react to things. It's all down to Lukey with a less than optimal weapon to deal with a 1v2 clutch.
Weapon that you might consider just trying to save off the rip as well with 35 seconds left, but seems he's going to try and go for it.
30
Oh, he
seconds.
might have made some noise here on his cross, so Anguis is approaching it. And there you have it. Metizport guarantee at least equilibrium by the end of this half.
Some really good fights too. Like, you're looking at Cider was very early on, like, caught out in those positions, right? Like, or at least any players from Metizport were just fighting too much in B-Link and being caught out. We're just taking that attention, allowing Chinook to sneak by. Didn't see EXO that was really tucked into that corner. But you can just tell that, like, Metizport's mechanics, some of these fights that they're winning are clean, and they're bouncing off of each other amazingly well.
Yeah, the combos must be really good. I don't know, it just feels so seamless. One reacting after the other. I mean, Metizport haven't even played at lower Swiss, right? EXO Clan have played those officials.
Yeah.
But for Metizport, it's first official of the year. Jusu, quick scope. It connects, and he barely takes any damage for it.
No Vice utility over on here, so stalling this is going to be hard. It puts a lot more pressure onto Jusu, but against multiple Sheriffs, you sort of expected the off is going to be fine.
Oh, come on, Jusu. Give him a chance. There's a world where that connected, but there's reinforcements around. Shinnick doubles up. Luca
Shorty.
on the rebound. Surely he'll read the back end. I love that Jusu just made noise to make Luca turn around to allow Burzy. It's the small things, man. It really is. As Metizport just continue to extend that advantage.
You hit the nail on the head, right? It's like Metizport, this is their first game. Even like official games of like VCT Tier 1, you'd give them a map. If a team looks a little bit rusty and a little bit off in that first map, usually they've warmed up by the second or third. It's so common. For Metizport as their first like official map and it being a best of one, there's a lot more pressure on them to get things right. You don't want to start on a loss. But they look very warmed up and raring to go.
I'd love to hear who their screaming partners is. Screaming? Scrimming. Imagine someone having a screaming partner. One that they just go to. It's a screaming session right now. You know, probably Cider is screaming right now. Lukey right after him, but no! Cider deals with him, composed as ever. Jusu backside. He's being challenged, but his teammates have done a lot. Ooh. EXO? What's EXO? How does he even do that?
He's got the spike as well, and he's taking that peek.
That is incredible. Sure. Desperate times call for desperate measures. EXO clan on the spike plant. Cider not putting his foot off the gas. Goes for it. Takes a bit too long. So Soren reads it. Shinnick on the 1v2. One to his left, one to his right. An impossible position. Can he unravel it? Yes, he can. On the spike. Puts Luca under pressure, but no! Luca knows he doesn't need a budge as Shinnick crosses into his sight lines. And it's 7-5 by halftime.
It's good because I don't know if Luca just got the ultimate off that last kill there, but it's a smart decision to just try and go for a fight. You don't want to try to play time against Device because they're just going to buy so much. But like, yeah, the aggressive nature working out well, just EXO taking some of those fights. Maybe that's part of it, right? That you want him in those engagements to take the actual fights themselves instead of trafficking the spike around. Like here, because it's so early days, it's hard to really get a gauge on like what exactly is going wrong for EXO Clan, because it's like they had such a good start, they're able to pick up the pistol, managed to force like Metizport down to a couple of ecos. But pretty much once Ultimate started to get on the board and EXO seemed to just expect those points. And somebody's got a nosebleed, apparently. That's what the technical pause is about.
Damn, I guess the pressure is so on right now. People having nosebleeds. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not one that you'd like to have. Hopefully it is dealt with quickly. But yeah, we'll be patient for the player. We'll figure out who that is at some point. It doesn't really matter at this point. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure onto this.
Oh, for sure.
These are brand new projects, right? With no guarantee of success. With no guarantee that you'll be the one team out of all of them to make it into VCT next year. But this is the primary goal, right? Sure, some of the teams are newer with younger players and they're probably thinking, okay, maybe Challengers EMEA is the goal. Maybe Ascension is the goal, maybe top 4. But realistically, if you get close to the goblet, you want it all. So there's a lot here, and this is the first official. You know, that's where the nerves come in, right? When you start to think about the big picture.
I want to say as well, like, the Teo has been a little bit underwhelming, but I don't know how much of that is to do with the pilot of the character JJ versus whether that's just the character full stop. Like, don't get me wrong, I think a lot of his kit is great, and it's great at doing a particular thing. But you have to think of what you miss out on, right? Just flashes for one on a initiator that's probably contesting the likes of KO, Breach on other maps too, maybe even a Sky or a Gecko in places.
Sure.
But you do also have the Yoru flashes to be able to make up for that. But Luki's also been having a bit of a quiet game too. And obviously change a little bit more if they're on the defense, whether they want to set up and stall things out. The KO Knife's going to show 3 players over on the A side, so this might be a fast execute for Metizport towards B.
Well, it looks like the bleeding has stopped. Let's see if the same has happened in the game itself. As we've switched sides, Metizport now are the aggressors. Part not coming through just yet. Jusu making sure the entire site is cleared. His due diligence done. And the spike will be placed into the ground.
Everybody grouped up ready to fight for EXO Clan to be able to find somebody's spaces. And Chinook's position is cleared by Soren.
Bit of a low setup to try and avoid the pre-fires, but doesn't really pay off. Cider. Gravity well available, so EXO will be off it, but diffused halfway already. Super important. Needs to find his shots and accurately. That's the first one. 8 bullets, plenty. But do you read the bluff? Oh, it's the fuse, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, that was so close.
A much better round from EXO. Able to clear stuff out when it turns into those sort of big team fights. It's very even. And Cider playing time as much as he can. Nice pick off here, and EXO, knowing that Cider might take his time, doesn't have the utility to stall things out further. Good read in the end. So that's both pistols going EXO's way this game. They're still behind, but at least they can go even if they're able to pick up this like half buy up against the Eco for Metizport.
Well, the Teho is forced Jusu's dash straight away, but doesn't even matter. He ends up with the first kill. Okay. Okay, Jusu, we see you. Welcome back to Northeast.
Concealment.
Good to have you back. I covered casting this game, this guy during the Rich.gg days.
Oh,
his
yeah,
open
yeah.
tournaments. Oh man, he was a standout player. I don't know, was he part of Vovo Peak back then? Could be.
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah. Big talent, big talent.
There's a lot of the UK like tier 2, tier 3 players, even like EXO Clan have been around in that scene for so long that
Yeah.
seeing them at this level shows that like there is gradual improvements. Players that have been around, that have hit the top level, still playing, still grinding. Metizport, even though they're on an eco and they're a player down, able to get the plant and now spreading out to take some isolated 1v1s up against the unsuspecting EXO. So they have to go careful in this retake here.
Sure. But I think there's a big difference on the potential of this firepower.
So they got two?
Somehow keeps it competitive. The turnaround there from Chinook doesn't come in soon enough. So it is an expensive round by Metizport, but expensive round, you know, inflicted towards EXO, but a round collected nevertheless. Therefore, the equalizer is there. We're in for a treat here, Ryan. This is a really, really close game one of the season.
This is what you'd hope and expect for with it just being a best of one in these first couple of stages. Again, when we get to advancement for playoffs or relegation, it turns into best of three, so I think it still feels fair. But it's a good chance to just be able to see everybody and just test foundations more than anything.
Sure.
Right now, like, yeah, slow starts for both teams, but you're right, this is good quality stuff, but considering it's some of these players' first proper games of the year.
Bersy, mind you, I don't think he's played in a Challenger League since 2023.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so, oh. That's a bit of a return to challenges altogether for some of them.
So potential gun upgrade if they can get over towards A main. Mostly still just sheriff's pistols in the hands of EXO. They sent out the little drone to see if there's anything going on. Nobody's gonna be courageous enough to go grab a gun, play that advantage as much as they can, and just make it hard for Metizport to clear some of these 50-50 angles. Especially when the only thing that you've got really to do it is going to be Chinook's drone. KO's knife might be able to do it in some instances, but where do you aim for to catch all of these players that are spread out?
Emphasis on the retake here for EXO. JJ can smell the smoke.
Oh, the ping.
But Metizport are patient enough to not walk into the flame. Soren holding back. Oh, spraying with a sheriff is a sore sight to see. But EXO want to take the advantage here. They want to play aggressive. Shot dart, that's going to do a lot of damage to two different players. Soren, though, keeps it oppressive. But Luki needs to connect that shot. He only connected a second. Ah, man, you can see some of these shots having potential, but it's not quite there. Metizport did have the weaponry advantage, and therefore they will take the lead in this round.
Yeah, winning up against a bonus, so it's a full buy and a very early operator for Luki too as well. With Diora being able to just TP around, this might be where he can start to come online, because when it comes to the duelist off, Jusu's winning that. Maybe that round, Metizport were a little bit scared because Jusu went down early, but you got to say as well, some of the utility that's coming out of Chinook has been amazing. He was a mechanically strong player last year, but this year he's got that like cerebral mindset, good utility, good game sense to take some of these fights. And some of the cheeky stuff that EXO's trying to do on a bonus, not quite working out.
This is what I like to call the death ball approach. All players just grouping up together, forming a ball of death. But no, that's not what we're going to be seeing.
It's a good idea as well when you're expecting to go up against the op. Just grouping up, run them down. He can't take us all out. Surely, right? In some instances, that's not the case. But you don't want to be spread out and just getting picked off a bit at a time. The problem is, 40 seconds, 50 seconds has passed. They're starting to make presence over towards B. There's already 3 players adjusting to go and be ready for this. And Hunter's Fury is actually going to cut up the site a bit more.
JJ's been caught by it, so there is some information for Jusu to jump off on. But he does get distracted, which allows Soren to find the trade. B site not infiltrated yet. There's a smoke they need to cross, and Luke is repositioned in a position where his teammate was once before. Could have been a second kill, but Anguis is there to make sure it is collected. 2v3. Metizport, they got themselves a spike down, and they've got the player's advantage.
Oh, no.
But Lukey is just a slither of health away from collecting one. EXO looking to break through. But he's going to need Lukey to help out. That's the clone burst. He doesn't fall for it. Anguist is there on the back end to deliver the coup de grace. And there you have it. 9-7 for Metizport. EXO Clan need to be careful here. They're on the brink of letting their opponents run away with things.
Yeah, good trades from Metizport, I think, was the main difference why they were able to pick up that round. Just players, I think it would have been probably Luca, I think, that was just like tucked in to that corner right in elbow, able to get one but traded out. Anguist gets a pick that is untraded. Not really Ultimates needed too much in order to do that. Just a nice execute with the Hunter's Fury. Some time was ball from EXO with a really nice fade horn. So EXO are doing a really good job at making space for themselves, but Metizport are playing so close together and so tight. Doesn't matter if you get that first pick, if you're just going to get traded in an instant.
Look how EXO Clan are playing this. All bunched up together. That's the best chance of really dealing with the situation. Hope that they come towards you. They might. Does look like Metizport is taking this direction. I think only 2 players have started to shoot. Maybe it's just 1. But it does give an indication that Metizport of some presence here. But do they know that it's 4 out of 5 players? The smokes are good enough to keep their opponents out of the fight. And they've drawn in most of the players as well. Lukey looking to break through. They just need some shots to start connecting. That's not going to happen. Metizport looking to make clean work of this. And Jusu feels comfortable in the air. Yeah, nothing stopping the cavalry here. And down goes Luca. And down goes the 3-round advantage here with this Norwegian orb.
Nobody going down too. Well played against the Eco. And I think EXO had the right idea, right? Stacking people on the A site. I think the most broad caveman approach for teams to be able to take on Pearl, like people can take into Premier, basically try to go A unless you have ultimates, in which you can go B. But if you don't have much, just send it through A main is like usually a good option. So EXO stacking people in that direction is the right kind of thing. No operator available for Lukey, but he's going to be fighting aggressively on B main. And now everybody's grouping up for that just straight B main execute. Especially with a K ultimate, it can make so much space. Nightfall is able to come through beforehand to get some information, but the majority of players aren't there.
Juice is crossed. He's pulling in his teammates by creating pressure on the influence points. But EXO Clan could be in JJ. Oh, this might not be the timing you would have liked. Oh, spot Sider on the edge of his screen. The Sider was there and ready with his crosshair lined up. Must win for EXO Clan, otherwise this might be curtains. Diffused, halfway.
Sticking it.
Oh, a gravity well wasn't thrown. Instead it was a stun. It could have been a misplay. It could have been a wrong button pressed. Uh-oh, okay. Well, EXO Clan are still in the game.
In the Metizport, like they dedicated a lot of people to just check that close right-hand corner out of A main. It was a really good cosmic divide because it just forced Metizport to take their focus away from the actual spike itself to clear some of these angles that they wouldn't worry about beforehand. But you're right, surely some utility could have come out of A main to stop anybody from sticking it. But obviously they wouldn't have heard people getting on the defuse in the first place.
Sure, that must have been it. I think that must have been it. I think there was another star available for a potential gravity well. And because they didn't hear the spike was being diffused, it wasn't depleted. It wasn't initiated.
Yeah, I think they had to use it earlier than they would have wanted.
Maybe. EXO Clan aggressive through mid. Catches one off guard, but that does give Metizport some information. Do they react with it? Not really. They try and reclaim the space. As it's back to a reset point.
You got information on either sides of the map. The device is like pushed up all the way in A main.
Oh?
Ultimate's going to create some space. But it is mostly just getting people out of that, I think. So this means that this whole section is a lot more open for Metizport to take. And EXO thinking that it's a complete bait because there was no noise made afterwards.
I will say this, Metizport have completely changed the pace of the game. And EXO Clan finally realizing on the 30-second mark that the A site is the side of approach. They might have come in a little bit too late. Post-plant positions could be taken because EXO Clan will take their sweet time to arrive. Lucky though, might look for something. He's peeked around, seen where all the post-plant positions are. That's some useful information. Now EXO Clan know the majority of players are playing through Art. EXO will focus on the player on site. Jusu tries to double up as well. Down to a duel of 2 players per side, but Soren finds the elevation and closes the round for his team.
I mean, that was just a really nice round for both teams, to be honest. Like, the quality in this game, full stop, is reaching a crescendo, I think. Both teams feel warmed up, they're building confidence. It was a really nice early round for EXO to just go into mid, find a pick and reset. The whole call around the Vice ultimate to create space for Metizport. And then just these fights, the way that they're playing out, good stuff from Soren. Dodging a lot of the Vice utility, that seems to be the name in the game for the most part, because those traps are just so big now. Like, they've been increased, they've been buffed pretty much in the time since their release. We haven't seen her in VCT prior to this year, naturally, because they came out the end, like, in Champions, right? That's when they were, like, shown and introduced. So
yeah,
the level of play on that new character is gonna keep going up, but it also has been buffed. It's like Gecko last year, I think. Like, he was buffed, and then we went into the start of the 2024 season, and people got good at him, and then suddenly he was like a mainstay for a while. It feels that this is very much like a Vice meta. Never mind getting onto the Vice deadlock maps that we see of like Bind and stuff from various teams. Some really good stuff coming out from both sides with the space that they're creating on the newest Sentinel. I haven't really had the chance to play her much though, because one of the friends in my friend group is like, "This is my character. This is mine, all mine."
Yeah, we all have that one friend. A new agent releases and they're like, yeah, I'm maining this one. That's it. Good luck picking this one. I'm in the lobby. Makes complete sense. But yeah, this game has got into a critical point here. It's clear. That timeout taken. Because Metizport know they're on the brink of closing out this game, but they don't really want to allow EXO Clan to get too close. They already are 1 round away. Fine margins for sure. Stealth drone. Showing some positioning.
You would have heard the Prowler and the drone come through, so you know that both the Fade and the Teo are over there, but they're also playing quite far back, that they're not in on this close corner. So Metizport have used this to just take a peek to see what's going on. And just put a bit of utility over there to just keep them interested. Both Prowlers used on this defense, and Metizport are just going elsewhere.
They are. And look at Luca. He's repositioning altogether, though the call seems to be stick to your guns. No one out on B long, so it's not a split B approach, but no information from double doors is concerning, which is why EXO goes for the lookout. It does cost an EXO Clan life, meaning they're on a disadvantage. Ooh, here comes the Armageddon. And Metizport, again, are confident to stick behind and not go for the push, which allows Jusu to go for some early exploring as well into enemy positions. JJ, he's caught into no man's land. He needs to make something magic happen, but he's not able to do it. Jusu continues to put the pressure on. And EXO Clan, their only final hope is these 2 players looking to move in together out on A main, and Sider's got it all covered. Bullets and a high-low setup. Wow. Metizport, make it look clean.
Incredibly so. It just feels that they're like the experts at like red light, green light. The way that Metizport like stop as a team, wait for some utility, and then go as a team. Like just watching them on the mini map on some of these executes. Here they are, grouped up, ready to fight. They're gonna stop for a second because they waited for the Armageddon. Then they all peek and go for these fights together. Even just this, just a double stack. Like sure, you got side up moving away potentially, and I think even saw Jusu taking a fight alone. But when people are hitting the shots that well, naturally, it's in good hands.
I mean, yeah, many forget that Side has had global level experience filling in for FPX in Masters Copenhagen, so...
He's kind of a Masters winner.
He is, kind of, yeah. He did kind of help them win, right? Although I think his record was 1 win, 2 losses? I'm not sure. Either way, Side and Jusu lined up together, JJ. That was a little bit greedy, wanting to get close with his gun. Makes sense. Makes sense you wanted to go for that. But Metizport just hold up a big stop sign and let JJ fall off the cliff.
Oh, nice shot, Lukey. Able to take out Jusu, who has overextended a little bit. Maybe a bit of hubris considering this is a full buy, but you got Chinook with the Hunter's Fury that can play this post plant a little bit later, but everybody's stuck on site.
Anguist. Oh, strong double. Really not giving EXO Clan a chance. Okay, post that time out from Metizport, something was said, and now they're right back into the zone.
Yeah, I think both teams as well have timeouts at this stage. It's going to be EXO Clan's last because it potentially could be the last round for them to be playing this out.
Yep.
Going down, not to the elimination stage, but the mid stage because it isn't 2 losses to define whether a team is going to be eliminated from this Swiss stage or not. It's free. So there is at least a little bit of life, and it's a game a day pretty much. So you do have some time to rest up and go again tomorrow. Or Monday, I guess. You go a couple of days. Still got to see the other 8 teams out of the 16 tomorrow in all of these best of ones. So if you want to see who's potentially gunning for the top spots in Northeast, you get to see all 12, including Team Liquid's Academy team, tomorrow and today.
Oh man, so many exciting rosters. You mentioned Team Liquid Academy with all those young prospects making their way into challenges. Super exciting to see. You have a look at teams like Enterprise Esports bringing, multiple VCT experienced players. Not only, but champions winners, right? With a couple players from Ascend. Zeke and Killers. Yeah. That's a dangerous league, this one. Really dangerous. Lukey, on his own, on an island, finds himself a life raft.
Same execute as before from Metizport. And this is the round that EXO actually was able to win. Cider with a late flank is able to get stuff. Lukey going down. 3 versus 2 before the spike's gone down. And it's in a really precarious spot for Chinook to pick up.
Mind you, that Hunter's Fury was nasty. Now Chinook needs to make it work with his gun. Cider on the 1v2 task.
They missed him. They might still think he's mid.
JJ and Luca holding different angles. And yes, indeed, they do think it's mid, which allows Cider to circumnavigate this corner. You can hear the movement. Oh, that's one revealed. Figures out where the other one could be. Oh, what a clutch that could have been. But no, EXO Clan stick alive.
Yeah, these B executes fallen a little bit flat other than, I think, the pistol in the end. No, actually, no, EXO picked that round up as well. So it really does feel like EXO Clan at least have the B stuff pretty much nailed down. A good call after the timeout. Money is still pretty solid for Metizport, but it would mean if they lose this, potential overtime looms because it might be some players on a really poor buy. Jusu's buying up. Attack off. Going to fight in B main, so Lukey needs to be very careful.
Chinook making use of the owl drone to figure out these positions. Lukey, I think he's gonna know to swings a little bit too early, doesn't he? Didn't quite have time to get his gun out. Jusu there. Make sure Lukey's no more. They've left Lukey alone towards this B side. The rest of the team have got intent on closing in on mid.
Patience really to see whether this orb has been picked up either.
Get out of my way!
Then she give it over to Burzy as well, meaning that they'd have a null command on and they execute. With 45 seconds left, seems that that's going to be the case. So it's whether EXO are able to react fast enough.
Obscuring vision.
Whether the orb's picked up all, they don't want to give the game away. They're just going to go straight in.
They are, but EXO Clan are also showing patience. JJ closes in. Oh, that flash off the wall is brutal. EXO at least is able to find one. JJ not dealt with. Soren. Oh, he's found a mark. Oh no, Soren doesn't connect with it, which puts Jusu in a grand position. JJ, all that remains. He's the only one that can save EXO Clan in this situation. He can't go backwards. He must go forwards. Metizport looking to lock in their first win of the season. Go 1-0 on the Swiss stage. And only JJ stands in front of them on their way to do so, but he doesn't stand there for long. 13-10 is a score as Metizport go 1-0 in the first Swiss stage of the season.
A great start, like you mentioned. First proper game, started off slow. We're losing both pistols, actually, but able to come out on top. And you got to look at players like Jusu, who are really the standout, like just shy of 300 ACS with 293, 24 and 14. He's a player that has been like across like Polaris previously in the past, in Tier 2, sort of played on the edge of like challenges and stuff before we had these proper like VCT leagues. It's whether this player has enough about him to be a mainstay and to be a top duelist, not only in Tier 2 but potentially Tier 1 with so many young bright players moving up. The question of whether this is Juice's chance to do the same this year.
It really is. It really is. So many have stepped up and now they're all just proving what they can do. You're right, Ryan. It's not just about making it to Ascension, but proving that you're worthy of that caliber of play and potentially being picked up. So a lot on the play for here and what is probably the most competitive region of this year from Challenges. We'll be back after the break with Deti Ulice versus Enterprise Esports. We're back, everybody. We're back after what was the first map of the season. Obviously, it went Metizport's way, but it was a very, very close endeavor against EXO Clan. Honestly, if EXO Clan, had a better day, Metizport weren't playing so good, it could have gone either way. Ryan, what were your thoughts overall?
Yeah, just a good performance from both sides, really. I'd be shocked to see EXO go out as an earlier team. There's definitely a chance for them to bounce back. It's 16 teams and 8 slots for playoffs, so there is plenty of stuff to be going over for them. But for Metizport, it's the dream start, right? Like on a map that has been introduced back to the new pool as of recently. It's been out for quite some time. Some of these players might have even just started playing Valorant in between the time that Pearl went out to now, because it has been like a year and a half or so. So the bounce back is really good. They didn't change up anything. They didn't get pulled in by the potential of Teo being available to them. They just sort of tightened their gameplay, played around what they had effectively, and it seemed that everybody shined, from the IGL in of Cider to Jusu just being the star duelist that you want to be seeing in these kind of games.
Yeah, by all means, it was clean Valorant from Metizport. They definitely deserve to win that one. But valiant effort for EXO Clan. Obviously, they go 0-1 in the main Swiss, and we'll have to wait and see how competitive the field is. Sorry, excuse me. The next few days of competition, right, today and tomorrow, when we'll be seeing every single team compete. But yeah, I think things are looking exciting. If this is going to be, the threshold we'll be placing, the level of play, I think we're at a very good point, and I'm really excited to see how things go on from here.
Me too.
Yeah, so Ryan, any final thoughts before we enter the next match? I know there's a small break before we get there.
Not particularly.
Cool.
It's hard, really. Like we sort of mentioned with like Teo in a technical pause, like it was a bit underwhelming in some instances. Just the utility, like the lack of flashes, the lack of hard information you can gain from something like a KO seemed to be more of a difference maker, I think, in that effect. So seeing the Vice was cool, and just how oppressive they can be was also something I expect to see more of.
100%. But folks, we'll be throwing this to a break. Up next, it will be Deti Ulice versus Enterprise Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's time for the second match of the day, the second best of one here at the main Swiss of Challengers Northeast, where Enterprise Esports will be taking on Deti Ulice. Now, we've got a team that has made it through the lower stage, and we've got a team that has been invited to the main stage. I think it's a bit of a clash, a bit of both here, Ryan, but I think that we've also got some pretty clear favorites.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think
Okay.
as well, like we've sort of seen, like looking at the more the UK and Nordic teams with Metizport and EXO when it comes to orgs. Now we're looking at like the Eastern side as well. Like it's gonna obviously start to synergize and homogenize a little bit more as we go on. But it's a good way to sort of look at some of the players that we've seen last year, but also some of the stalwart talents just in the European scene as a whole, as well as we're about to see.
Completely. Now let's look at these teams one by one, and starting things off is the unsigned team, Deti Ulice. Now, look, I feel like every season we need to have that one unsigned super team, right? You've got some players that should be picked up, and I feel like this one's it for this season, right? You've got a bit of Bates core with Dunmeister and Wenceru, and you've got, you know, East Playoffs player with DM and Patix. You know, I feel like this roster is looking damn good. And sure, you've got your rookie, I guess, your pretty decent performer in Tier 3 with the likes of Gunners. I'm guessing he's an Arsenal fan. But yeah, I feel like this team is super strong, and they completely nailed the lower Swiss stage with a 3-0 record.
Yeah, it's a good mix, like you sort of mentioned, that you have a couple of players that played on V8 in the Eastern League last year, but also two players that were on Pure together as well, which I think finished like 6th out of like East in the last stage of last year. So, but they're like pretty, not unknowns, but like young players up and coming. So you have like a good amount of synergy for a new team amongst each other, but also how this team is like blended together from the open qualifiers shows that there is a lot to be excited about.
There really is. There really is. I think this is a really cool team to see. But obviously, Enterprise Esports is their first contender in the main Swiss, and that is not going to be an easy one. I think many looking at this roster are probably thinking, yeah, probably favorites, probably already in the conversation for Ascension. We've had these super teams, right? We've had Ascendant East a couple of years back. We've had Apex both of the years they've been in this league. Yeah, this is pretty damn impressive. If you ask me, Killers and Zeke, champ winners with Ascend. You've got Doma, ex-Fnatic player. Yas, who's made it to Ascension winning Challengers France. And then you've got Starkey, who's also made Ascension with Mouse. So look, how on earth do you compete against this team with so much experience, so much pedigree? This is a tough one.
Yeah, and like, you know, with 2 champs winners, obviously, but kind of like you mentioned, that the other players that are maybe less household names have been at Ascension, that they have, like, in their first, like, couple of years of playing, able to go through an utter gauntlet, which is probably the most stacked region in the world, with the amount of teams and eclectic talent that there is. Pearl is going to be the map of choice again in the best of 1, which... This is always the risk when you have best of 1s in a day, that you just keep saying the same maps over and over.
Oh, yeah.
But considering that you do have like Teo being introduced now for these teams, Pearl being a map, but we have seen that played across the 4 main leagues of VCT, I expect that we are going to see sort of different styles of comps and different adjustments. So it's a good way to see where these teams are, and I guess for us as well, good practice to be casting Pearl again.
Yeah, it's a good K. Yeah, sure. Continue.
I mean, that's pretty much it, honestly.
Okay.
Like, I'd expect to see, like, Lotus and Haven a bit more, like I mentioned, but yeah, it's... Having a good start in these best of 1 stages is good as well, because these aren't really the maps that you're necessarily, like, picking, right? You're just finding out the maps that you would not prefer to play. So if you just go through these 1-0 stages with showing, like, strong maps and different groups of maps, when you get into those important best of 3s, you have the map pool much more open to manipulate, frankly. So... yeah, like, if every team ends up playing Pearl, it's almost like nobody wants to give away what their Haven looks like, what their Vine looks like, which is going to suit some teams just fine.
Sure. Hey, but look, you asked the question at the start of the day, Ryan. You know, we don't quite know what the favorite maps are going to be. We'll find out throughout the course of the next 2 days. I think we've already got an answer from map 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the second match, we know what these teams are favoring. It's Pearl. But yeah, you're right. It was an interesting match, the previous one, because we saw a plethora of agents as well. A bit of a change, an adaptation from combining the old and the new. And now we get to see teams that, lived, players that lived both sides of the table here, both in competitive experience, how Pearl looked at like before, with a different meta game going then, and now we've got some players like from Deti, Ulice, that are making their first steps into competitive play. And having to play this from scratch, So this is going to be really interesting to me. I think looking at today's matches, if it's not obvious already, I'm a fan of this series. I really want to see how this goes, because man, I just want to see these 2 teams, bump heads.
Yeah, and like the utter sort of talent on board, I guess, with like other teams available too, that you do sort of expect that Enterprise are going to be winning this one. I think with the players that they have on their roster, they should be winning it comfortably, but it is their first game, and it just expectations, right? We're doing it right now, that we're saying like this is a team that really should be making it to playoffs, and probably maybe is like, you'd maybe put as the favorites to be one of the 2 teams to be qualifying for like Challenger Stage 1 as well from our region. But that's the expectations that players like Zeke and Keyless have had on them ever since they won champs, which nobody expected them to do in the first place, right? So it's more of a testament, I think, to players like Doma, Keyless, and Zeke. Zeke especially, because he did just, was on Ascend, had a bit of a reputation, when he was on Heretics from being dropped and stuff, but sort of decided, okay, I'm just going to sort of start from scratch in East and work my way up again to show that, I am capable of being on these teams, and I am going to keep improving and keep striving to be a tier 1 player. And he's been doing that at the very least with what he did for Go Next last year.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see if they actually do indeed do that. Like we said, only out of the 3 super teams that I can think at the top of my head, Apex both years and Ascend, only one of those teams made it into Ascension, right? So even on paper, you look good, you look great, and you're probably already a contender given your pedigree. It's not a guarantee. You've got to make it work. You've got to be better than the rest, right? There's a lot of potential out there. So maybe experience isn't everything. At least these players have shown that they've been there before, and they might be able to do it again. But yeah, let's jump into the agent selective. We have that ready. Obviously, we've had a varied approach so far to this roster. To this map on Pearl, rather. It was a different. different approach from two teams. You know, Vice was picked up by both of them. We saw the Teho already. We were already spoiled from the get-go. Oh, okay, never mind. We'll jump into the game as soon as that's ready. Then production just mentioned that we're skipping Agent Select again, which is completely fine. We were fine seeing it on the get-go before. Ryan, I know it's hard to have expectations at this point from here, but which comp from the two did you like the most? Obviously, it's going to be Metizport at this point because they won, but I'd like to hear your thoughts why.
I think it is just, especially when you sort of know that you're playing at a certain stage in a tournament, and then you find out that the newest agent is going to be available to you. You don't need to play for the early parts without them. But still, you saw Metizport sort of sticking to what was popular. Enterprise immediately, Brimstone and Phoenix. Their comp is a little bit extra, but it's working. You got Keelize over on the Sentinel too. It's going to be interesting to see if Deti Ulice can deal with this, considering they're playing something a little bit more meta, but no Vice from either team.
I feel like Enterprise comp is the comp that you have if Astra wasn't released yet. You know? Okay, this will be interesting. Deti Ulice and Enterprise Esports again showing us a different flavor of Pearl. So 4 teams have played this map already from the day, and we're having completely 4 different approaches to it. Enterprise Esports will be starting things off on the defense, and Deti Ulice on the attacking side.
And I hope the Starkey has some lineups when they go into the attacking side. Jazz taking a good brunt of damage, is forced to back off, but you've got the Phoenix rotating to help instantly. Doma's under a lot of pressure, and it's just how much they're going to be looking to fight as this execute comes in.
Doma spotting out some early presence, making sure he can get some chip damage in, but at least go for the safe plant up close. Doma can hold the angle until his opponents arrive. Instead, he'll at least take the defensive positions. None was out into the open here. That smoke has done a lot to keep them at bay, but they are looking to push it, and it's paying dividends. Gunners doubles up. He's got assistance, even though Starkey has taken one of the 2 away.
Launching smoke.
Starkey and Zeke. The clock isn't on their favor. They need to amp up the pressure. Zeke has found the first one, but Paddox is hiding within the smoke, and he exits it right on time, and I think he's done just enough. Sure, Starkey can get on the defuse, but there is no time to get it defused. And there you have it. Deti Ulice end up with round number 1 of the series.
And more of a brutal fight. Really good stuff from Gunners. The position that he was playing on was just out in the open, right on the corner in the top left-hand side of the map. He's able to get 2 kills. Paddox playing the late game on the Astra as you'd expect. And maybe just part of that, like Jazz was still able to get a kill despite being 13 HP for the majority of that round. He's going to pick up actually a Marshall, even though this is looking to be Enterprise saving and having a full buy for round 3. Just the 1 rifle for Gunners, everybody else sort of buying up good amount, but not quite the level of the main rifles. For this map too, you have to remember that it's just 1 initiator for Enterprise to be dealing with. So it puts so much pressure onto Doma to get information at all times. Ooh. Jazz is not afraid to go and try and find more. Got more than he bargained for, but able to get out without a lick of damage.
That was interesting. Sure, okay, gets away with it. You're right. Gets away with it. No damage taken. But, I mean, keep that going, and Enterprise Esports might even have a chance in this round. You wouldn't expect it. But, after all, they are 2 world champions and Ascension finishers in this roster.
It says a lot that you've got Zeke and Doma that are 2x duelists on tier 1 teams that have played at champs. And Jazz is the one that's on the duelist. Yeah, like, yeah, sure, you have Zeke, but he's sort of playing the Phoenix in a way to set up the rest of the squad. Jazz is leading the line as we've seen and might get a little bit more with his A-main execute.
Look at the read as well. They've got most of the players on the defense of this A site, and Starkey's now starting to join in into the fight as well. A plant might be successful here, but I don't think they have the capacity to deal with all the incoming defenders. Oh, how about that? Enterprise Esports deny Deti Ulice to gain Ulice to gain any other advantages.
They only lose one player as well, which was Zeke. It was almost a flawless. Jazz able to get 2 kills with the Marshall on the way in. Starkey playing in a smoke. It's a bit of a trap. Not died yet. And just the confidence of the fights that they're taking. It's hard to really know like what utility they're playing around. Probably just the Phoenix Flash in places, but really good read from Enterprise to take a lot of that control. Deti Ulice, already it's going to be just a mental nightmare for the team to deal with that. They win a nice pistol, they lose a pretty awful eco.
Launching smoke.
And Zeru looking to lead the charge here as they try and collect some orbs. In the meantime, you will notice Enterprise Esports kind of take control towards the other side of the map. So they're confident to have more players towards the other. Simple stuff. No overstepping. They know they've got an advantage in this round and they're not going to give it away. Backside. Again, Enterprise Esports have been able to figure out the right location to put their players. Though, interestingly enough, there might be a cross here from None, and it does catch Doma off guard. If he keeps being a presence at the back line, it might be enough to have Deti Ulice to have extra potential, but no, that doesn't actually happen. Enterprise Esports just take over cleanly. No problem at all.
Only losing a couple. Ultimates are now starting to build on either side. At the very least for Deti Ulice, you are getting the spike planted. It's just going to help a little bit more with the ultimates, with the money as well. Buff up some of these eco rounds to potential full buys if they can keep that going. And Enterprise have been comfortable, happy for the most part. You got a Hunter's Fury for None that's going to be available, but really it's just out in a cosmic divide. Run it backs are going to be a plenty for Zeke. He's going to be fighting for those extremity orbs, especially on A main, because the B main one's a little bit too far away to be getting consistently. That's something that Deti Ulice have to be on the watch out for. Got 2 players over towards A, but playing super passively. Seeing if Enterprise are going to push in that direction. Hale Knife gets information on 2 of them. Look how much that Janice is pushing up. He gets paddocks.
He does. And Deti choose to move even forward. It doesn't pay off though. Yeah, they just walked into the lion's den and had their heads ripped off. Not fun. And Enterprise Esports seem composed. No unnecessary movements made. Sure, you have the occasional rotation from Doma to try and be that extra player in any location that is necessary, but yeah, Deti Ulice not quite able to figure out what the approach is on the defense just yet, not able to find the cracks.
Just up to gunners now at this point. 40 seconds, and really there wouldn't be too much to save onto when it comes to the guns. And a couple of kills and the Def might be able to get his ultimate online shortly, but really it's just a question of what are you playing for. You're in a 1 versus 5. Flawless makes it just even hurt a little bit more.
Yeah. Painful. Painful. And that puts Deti Ulice a little bit under pressure here, given that they've given away 3 consecutive, weren't able to capitalize on their bonus. Yeah, they're back to square one when it comes to the economy, and ultimates are starting to appear from Enterprise.
So Zeke and Starkey pretty much climbing up on top. Jazz is not too far behind when it comes to kills. Money is golden, really. Almost capped out for Keyless and Jazz. And it is just oozing confidence from Enterprise with how they're approaching it. You also have Enterprise, you have Lagaja, that was the coach for Bleed on that team too.
Sure, yeah, that was a recent addition, wasn't it?
If there's a coach that can deal with trickiness, shall we say, it's him. I think he can definitely get the most out of players like this.
I feel like Enterprise Esports have put so much pressure on Deti Ulice that they I don't know, they're just falling. Sure, okay, you've had pistols to deal with here, but Enterprise Esports haven't really had the forcing approach, have they? They've just been collapsing based on the information they've been gathering. And yeah, these quick responses have left Deti Ulice with quite some space they need to catch up onto now.
Not really too much to say, is there? It's just Enterprise, like, it's not that it's like mindless from them, but it is just more like taking peaks like this. It's risky if it doesn't work for Jazz, but it just keeps working that you don't even need to call it out.
Yeah. And then you've got the player's advantage and you just hold back. You hear your IGL just saying, hold back!
Yeah.
Don't move!
5v4,
Chill.
like, we don't need to do anything.
Taking that back.
Plain and simple. And it at least feels so disenfranchised. Taking on multiple fronts at the same time.
Oh,
Oh
my
word,
god,
how does
did
he even get away with that? Yeah, okay. I think there's a bounty on Yaz's head right now. He's making a lot of illegal moves.
Last player standing.
I mean, even Keyless is hitting his shots. He had a reputation for not being able to do
30
that.
seconds left.
Oh, man.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Well, if you hand Patek's kills on a platter, he'll get them. So at least we are seeing signs that Deti Ulice can shoot back.
Yeah. I don't think anybody was, like, denying that, really, but
Sure.
it is just, like, Jazz is 11-1. Up against the 0 and 6-1-0.
Oh, man.
Look at this.
Look at that. I feel like Kia saw him first, but he was so surprised he couldn't snap onto him quick enough.
I'm very much as well, like, I'm a Keyless apologist. I think that I think, like, callers like Platchat have been very keen to call him, like, a stealer, I suppose, of, like, the Champs Trophy, right? But I don't think that's the case. Like, he showed up where it mattered. I remember him putting Scream in his pocket in the semi-finals against Team Liquid. Like, sure, it was a single elimination bracket for that Champs that year, and they surprised a lot of people. But, like, it doesn't matter. Keyless got it over the line. The fact that he's been playing to sort of prove himself at that level, like he was at, you know, Ascension play-ins last year with KPI, could have easily gone all the way to Ascension. But he's still playing, and some of that synergy with an ex-teammate of Zeke might be the difference.
Yeah, comfort zone, perhaps. Well, you're right. The moment you are performing when it matters most, that's the most wanted aspect of anyone's gameplay, really. And if you can do it and replicate it, then you have one very crucial part of this puzzle called Enterprise Esports 2025. Again, nothing too exuberant showed from the defensive side.
Just after a timeout, you don't want to overdo it. You know that you've got away with it in a few rounds. After a timeout, you have your coach in there probably saying the same thing of just like, you can relax, let's see what they have. They have ultimates. Where do we expect them to go? Bear in mind that they have seen Deti Ulice play some Valorant through the open qualifiers. They might have some stuff to work off.
Knife doesn't spot anyone. Broken through the KJ utility. And have made moves into art. No command. It's out. So
does stop the ability of using utility if you're in near
30
proximity.
seconds left.
Gunners looks to approach. It's first time debuting in the big boy leagues.
Look at where Gunners is planting.
It's so off position, it worked. Cosmic Divide allowed him to do that. Zeke goes in aggressive. Enterprise Esports, for the first time, feel they're on the back foot. Ulice, how can you deal with this? Maybe preemptive on the nade there. Hunter's Fury also as such. And that allows Enterprise Esports to start to push through. Do Deti Ulice have enough in the chamber to stop this diffuser from happening? Patix needs to win this fight. He does. Can he get another one? Doma not stopping him. Yas able to put some in their grave, but the time is becoming crucial. Oh,
that's it.
Gravity Well just on time. I think it's done. There's no time to defuse. Deti Ulice managed to get around through.
Again, it's having to use a lot. And Jazz Starkey taking everybody down, at least in the end, but just that pull from the end of Astra. But you're right, like, it was a really early Hunter's Fury, it was a really early nade, but when you've got these mollies from Killjoy, another Astra pull being able to go, it was just enough time-wise to be able to put it through. You have a lockdown potentially available for Kia as well. But Null Command, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, all use that round to get Deti Ulice just on the board again after the pistol.
It's nuts. Deti Ulice maybe switching things up a little bit. Dagger spotting too close by, so you've got to be wary of this. Flash drive expended. Zeke dropping back, and so is Starkey. So Deti Ulice have been able to clear some space for them to move into, but don't use it straight away.
Really just trying to fight for that orb. Not really going to benefit anybody other than Kia, but they're not even playing over in that position. They're just lurking around towards Art. Maybe they expect that Enterprise will think that the Killjoy's over there, but they do manage to pick up the orb. They would check it and see that I think it was the Sova that picked it up, right? It was just a bit of time wasted. Jazz using his time to get a lot of info and has got past the Astra Star.
And characteristic to the rest of this game, Yas doesn't connect his first op shot. Although Deti Ulice might be changing up the pace here, given that there's not much time remaining. I've got to be quick with it and snappy. 1-0. Not the trade he would have liked. Doesn't go his way, but Deti Ulice are in time trouble. Have to cross through. There's a crossfire setup, and there's nowhere they can go. Enterprise Esports lock the A site and make it impenetrable.
I mean, it's a good hold. It was good play from Zeke as well. All of that Killjoy utility goes off in like a link towards Art. Zeke goes and fights A main, wins the fight, takes that position, and you've just got an impossible crossfire to get through if you're Deti Ulice. I think the players that I feel sorry for the most on Enterprise are probably Doma and Keyless, because Doma's 1-5. He's not had to do anything. Like, he's playing over on B, and most of the fights are happening towards A. And then Keyless, he's got the setup where you have the alarm bot, like, in Art as you come through, and then the turret in B-Link. And you just sit in sewers and you just wait. You're just staring at a wall for a minute straight. And it's like a flip around of the setup, but it's probably going to be the same thing for him on this defense, up against an eco with a rogue rifle from 1-0 who has no armor.
Yeah, the shots aren't getting through here for none.
Here.
Oh, Zeke can feel some presence
You should run.
pinging their approximate location. Deti Ulice
Using it
the
this
lockdown,
round.
but it's a bit of a bait maneuver. No, it's not. 3 players sticking by to try and enter the A site. It's a double-sided approach, with Enterprise Esports having a few nearby. No one's attained, so they can move back in. Maybe Deti Ulice haven't timed it that great, because none of them are crossed apart from 1-0. They need to use more now to clear out again. Zeke, high ground, dropping back, trading equally. Kia finally finding the advantage, but they don't have much out with them. They need to try to see if they can upgrade these weapons or maybe find scrap damage with shock darts. Part down. Yas looking to put up the pressure. Wall covering his ground on one end, somehow connecting onto Kia. Doma on the 1v2. Deti Ulice has a chance to get a third on the board.
Enemy remaining.
Domo is
Oh,
clean
they're
with it
so
though.
far apart.
Gravity well available.
Revealing area.
No. Is it? I don't think it is. It is. Ooh. And Paddix bides his time and doesn't appear in front of Doma, allowing Deti Ulice to get another one.
I mean, it's a strange round to even make that decision of using the lockdown when you just don't have any guns other than 1-0, but also just how long it took for them to get onto the site. Made it a very 50-50 engagement. And by all accounts, really, I don't think Deti should have picked up that round, but they're able to hit the shots. Paddix plays the clutch really nicely. And it upsets the balance somewhat. 1-0, 2-9, picking up the attack op this time. Looking to go and try and fight that aggressiveness that's coming out of Jazz over on B, but Jazz is on A this time.
Oh, Paddix. Oh, this is brutal. Yas is not going to expect
Oh, he's still
this.
he's gone out! How is that allowed to happen? He's 2 HP and he gets out.
I have no words.
Feels
Yas is
like
getting away with a lot today.
it does feel for Deti at least that the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. It feels very uncoordinated in moments. In brief moments that wouldn't matter for most teams. But up against Enterprise, up against Jazz this game, those small mistakes look mighty big and very exploitable for a player like that.
Right there.
Simply ridiculous. And on the 40-second mark, only now a couple of players approach the up position where an alarm bot is available. But Enterprise Esports have polarized the players' positions. Incendiary drops. Expecting someone to be on site already. 1-0 crossing. Lockdown again. But this time from Killers. Nano Swarm's available. This isn't too bad of a haul for Deti Ulice. How much more do they have? Not much. 1-0 holding the sight line with the operator, but Yas holds that line as well in counteraction. 3 against 4. Yas continues to shoot, and Killers is successful in finding a couple of dinks, allowing Enterprise Esports to show their dominance on this defensive side.
Yeah, hard hold for Deti Ulice. Having to plan in somewhere a bit different. You might not have lineup set up for that necessarily. And Nunn was sort of playing more towards mid, one away from having Hunter's Fury. If he had his ultimate there, that round might go very different. But now he's got it. Now he's on an eco. And I imagine Enterprise taking a timeout. Are we sure that we're taking a timeout? Like, it's not the cleanest of gameplay from Enterprise from like a macro level. And sure, maybe there's a side of it from Lagaja, the coach, of just being like, even though this game should be on paper for us, let's make sure that we like hit the things that we want to do from a macro standpoint, like hit our fundamentals. Let's not go through this winning, but making consistent mistakes that we said we didn't want to make. But like, it still seems weird when you're up this much to just maybe let Deti at least have a moment to work out what they want to do with this round. Because they did win the last eco that they
Sure.
had.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, who knows what is being said behind the Discord call, the TeamSpeak. I'm not quite sure what's being used. But let's see if it means we'll be seeing any changes in approach here from Enterprise Esports. Maybe a set play will be put into place. Maybe a read to move up on. Starkey. Perfect. To just waltz forwards and catch 1-0 off guard. And again, starting the round with a numbers advantage here for EP.
Is another just one rifle that they were taking in, this time in the hands of Paddix. You do have Hunter's Fury to play around. The lockdown was dedicated to the last eco that they had, and it helped win. But otherwise, how are you going to get onto site? The game's been given away with these Astra smokes being used, but Paddix finds the first kill again.
He does. Well, run it back here from Zeke. He does end up with one. He's got an opportunity to try and find more before he falls back, and that's exactly what he does. Deti Ulice have found damage,
Player standing.
but it might not be enough to uncover this as a potential round they'll be picking up. And with just 2 casualties, EP collects another one, up to 8, with 1 round to spare in the half.
Saving the operator as well, even though Jazz didn't necessarily have it in hand for that one. Last round going, Paddock's managing to be on differential when it comes to KD. Everybody else, though, miles behind, looking bleak for 1-0 and Kia in moments. 18 and 2.5 for Jazz. Opting away from actually having... Oh, he's got the operator and a rifle handy over on that B site. He's going to be alone. And Doma just moving in towards playing double doors. A little bit of support from Keylez. A lot of space given up on Art yet again, but a lot of noise is going to be made, and the setup's the same for Keylez. He can relax, and it's hard to execute over onto that A site when you don't have A main control.
It is.
Here.
Deti Ulice, slow and steady for this one. AP, again, as tradition, not too far forward facing. Keylez in the position of spot 1, but it was through the ground, so therefore not too much damage. But the call is being made over. Deti Ulice are not being quiet about this. A lot of trampling going on, and Doma can hear it all. Operator shot
Good
from
bait.
Yaz in the right position at the right time. Cosmic Divide available, so Deti Ulice might want to use it across further into sight. Can they explode through, though? They're going for the plant. Yaz looking to see if he can find any shots. He does spot none, and he does know that Paddock has crossed through long, so that's information available, but it's a 5v4.
Still surviving bits of information gathered for Deti Ulice, so this flank is not being expected at all from Zeke. He's able to get one.
Man.
His for Enterprise. The 9-3 half to debut this squad, and it's definitely one to be excited about.
That hurts. That hurts. Every single one of the players locked in, looking towards the B site. No one on the flank case. You know, it's one of those that they'll go back on the drawing board and be like, yeah, how on earth did we not have someone looking at the back? But I think it's just the nerves at this point. I feel like Deti Ulice are fully capable of doing something like this, doing something like that correctly. I mean, they were flawless during their run in the lower Swiss, and that wasn't against any bottom-of-the-line teams, right? There were plenty that didn't make it across, such as Coalesce. I think I expected the Coalesce to be amongst the ones that went through. So, yeah, no. Definite nerves playing against what could be the favorites of not only Challengers Northeast, but the entirety of Challengers in EMEA.
At least you get him out the way early.
True.
Did that recon dart just missed? Unless it's bouncing.
Could be a 500 IQ triple bounce. You can only bounce twice. I don't know why I said triple. I wonder if they'll ever make trampolines on a map to be able to bounce you to lead off. That'd be interesting.
That'd be terrifying.
It would be, wouldn't it?
This is exactly the kind of thing the right devs would do, though.
Oh dear. 1-0. Able to get away. And a lot of noise is being created by EP. As they're thinking about crossing into the A site. Our drone. Trying to see if they can find these positions. 1-0. Able to subside it. Zeke. With a flash, as everybody crosses through. It's explosive, this one. Deti Ulice are going to try and use some pot shots to try and connect with these, but Yas not looking the right direction as he walks into a smoke. None.
Good trade.
Also keeping Deti Ulice ahead. 4v3. 1-0 in the smoke himself. He's in dangerous waters, but he's trying to group up with his teammate before the spike goes down. EP are permitted to do so. Zeke goes aggressive, it doesn't pay off. So Deti Ulice with double the amount of players available. Starkey down, leaving Killers on the clutch. The Essential winner will not be able, Essential winner, Champions winner, will not be able to clutch this one up 1v4, allowing Deti Ulice to find a way back in the game with this pistol.
And another pistol, too. So Deti at least winning both of them. Obviously, the round afterwards in the first half went very, very wrong. Same could be said for here if Enterprise have some ideas on how they want to approach this. It was just like playing around these like brimstone smokes, being able to sit in them and just be really annoying with how opaque they are in comparison to, say, an Astra smoke. Get some of the ultimates online. Is the KO over there that isn't too far away from having a null command for gunners. Everybody's just grouping up and fighting in this direction. Outlaw in hand, and Jazz is 10 HP because of it.
Yeah, not bad to have a little bit of luck here and there.
My ultimate's ready.
It's always part of competitiveness.
Pretty much past where the spike has been planted. And two players like Starkey didn't have his ultimate, which he has available now. He didn't have a molly. Keyless didn't have a molly either. It was just a really good fight for Gunners to come in with the flash, take it, and put too much pressure over onto Enterprise to be able to win that clutch. First time so far, since round 2, that they've been forced to an eco. And Jazz having the Guardian was the Marshall last time that he was able to get 2 kills on, which turned it into a thrifty for his team. Hopefully looking to do the same here.
Not too bad from Kia. Not too bad at all! Kia, that is crazy! Sure, okay, pad up the stats a little bit, you know? Take any chance you get, especially up against EP. This is a catch-up round, if anything. Making it as dominating as possible. It's good signs to come, really. Denying any sort of kills, any orb collections from their opposing side. Deti, Ulice, they themselves are getting close to some crucial ultimates.
Yeah, this game, full stop, is getting a lot closer. 3 rounds difference. And flawless now, this time for Deti at least to be able to deal him with.
Yeah, that corner, not EP's friend this round.
He was pretty much at the bottom of the board when it came to KD at a point. Now climbed after Paddocks and Gunners. Jazz, only 2 kills in 5 rounds.
Yeah, that's not what we're used to. I guess he set the bar really high on the first half.
He was in the right place at the right time a lot on the defense to be taking those
Sure.
fights. Here
I
is
guess
he
he's
with the
used a
pack.
lot.
Yeah, at least this time he is. Orbital Strike's going to be a good ultimate to execute with, so Paddocks and Kia need to be careful that they're not playing too close together. Utility spread across the map if it is a bit of an A execute. Kia Knives gets information on 4 players there. So Enterprise have to go and make pressure elsewhere on the map, otherwise people are just going to rotate across. The TLEs need to be careful though, because they have 2 people pushing up, and Keela's potentially aware of it. Decided to give up that space full stop and play a bit closer to the team. Yeah, I'm just going to go for this execute.
Completely. We saw other teams kind of take a one-player approach to Lurk so far, but with 2 players, you just spend so many away from a potential fight. Zeke has taken a lot of damage crossing through the nanoswarm, but it might have been worth it.
They don't know if it's a fake or not. They had lockdown in hand on the defense, but they've not put it down yet. They think it's just Zeke, but they should know it's more because none has flanked all his way.
He has indeed. Alarm bot available though, and that's a crucial one. That will alarm EP to turn around and try to deal with a player
30
flanking.
seconds left.
Killis is on the lookout. Lockdown utilized. 1-0 doubles up with his blades, and suddenly EP has brought themselves into an advantage point. Kia, you did wonderfully well the round before, but can you do it again?
Spike planted.
Killis planting, a 2 versus 2, none moving in towards main. But EP aren't using that position. They're holding into the center of sight and
Look at
all the way
Zeke.
behind. Zeke going on the lurk. He is ready for it, but it's all a matter of timing.
Oh,
and
no.
Kia turns away. Zeke, even though he misses the first shot, gets the job done. It's all down to none. Even to me, the turret is there to play. And you know Killis and Zeke are not going to take their fight themselves. Potential flash to come through. None. 9 bullets and the dream to keep Deti Ulice alive. Which means to me the turret isn't there anymore. Runs out of bullets and Zeke is able to find the shot to keep EP in an advantage. It's 11th round collected and just 2 away from closing Pearl out.
What a strange round. This like mind game that was happening with Enterprise, showing a lot over towards A, using the run it back from Zeke, and just seeing if they could bait Kier out to use this lockdown. A lot of space was given up, a lot of like awkward fights, but Zeke, 25 HP with an outlaw, able to win 2 crazy fights. And had a bit of luck as well with the timing on when he took the fight against, who would it have been? Like Paddocks? Gunners? The first fight he took when he was like flanking all the way around. Nevertheless, it was close. 1-0 actually doing a lot of damage as well with the Blade Storm. Timeout for Enterprise. Again off of a round win, which leaves me skeptical. But I can also understand it a lot more for that last round because it was messy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not with a Y at the end. That's with I assume. No, I'm joking. I just know that every time people hear that word, then Twitch chat gets filled with a messy call outs. Here we go. As much as Enterprise Esports won the previous round, does not get comfortable overnight. So again, on the edge.
Get out of my way!
They're at least having more spare change than their opponents. Oh, they're at least going for something aggressive themselves this time around. 1-0, that's a great operator position. Thing is, as soon as the flash comes by, you may want to react using the dash.
There's a lot of steps made from Doma as well, which could be a bit of bait, hearing him play from mid and rotate away.
Yeah, dry peek, and 1-0 will win those every single time. Numbers advantage now for Deti Ulice. Can they guarantee the win here? It's not over till it's over. You know this with EP, but this is a great position to be in. if you're the defenders.
Round for Enterprise to win without having to rely on Zeke as well, to be fair. Jazz has been very quiet on this attack. He's not even leading the line here. It looks like Starkey's going to be the one that peeks first into Gunners.
Putting a lot of emphasis in the importance of the blade. You don't want to have him as the sacrificial lamb in this instance. Spray down across. Starkey takes a lot of damage. Oh, that is ridiculous. Was that with an updraft on top of the smoke? It could have been.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was that random. Here we go. Inwards again. Not in time for the recon. 1-0. Collateral double kill. And that just put EP in the dirt.
What a response from 1-0. He has been the better Jet on this
10
second
seconds
half. Ulice just has to save. It's another eco. And it's gone from potentially looking like it's going to be a 2-round differential yet again if Deti at least can win up against this Thrifty that might be coming up. But good grief, it's good play from 1-0 to just get that first pick onto Zeke early on. Jazz, it was a great Blade Storm, like updraft play to find an opening. But it's yet again, like as Enterprise are going in, they get hit by these KO knives. Nobody's clearing them, or these knives are coming in from positions where you can't clear them. And it's just making the information game so easy for Deti Elites. Oh, there's 4 people outside of A main. Let's just go and fight A main.
Let's fly.
100%. And Nun's recon there was really the saving grace. Spotting 3 players and all of them just dropping. Might have even just been all 4, to be honest. And Yas wasn't quick enough to put a cloud burst over it. Allowed for the first tick. Aljorin spotted, so Paddox is going to give the call over, maybe for a 3rd player to arrive. Movement from Deti is being made. Deti are playing hyper safe on this B site and not going to pull the trigger on any decisions any quick at all.
None as a Hunter's Fury, but he's playing so close to that corner. He could just be ran down if he's not careful. That's a great pick from Patix. Just as that execute starts to come in, there's no mid lurk either, so this should be comfortable for Deti to be playing from B Link to go for this retake. Jazz is still alive, has a Phantom, and a lockdown used to buy just a little bit more time. Hunter's Fury has to be dedicated to break that, surely. Or are they just going to wait and give it up? Yeah, they're just going to let it go through and play for the retake afterwards. So time has been bought here from EP.
Killers. Spotted. Hunter's Fury not connecting though. EP have got the pressure on Deti right now. Oh, what's happened there? I'm not quite sure. I don't want to comment on it. Patix still gets damage through. Diffuse halfway, but Killers is doing so much through the smoke. Hunter's Fury as well coming through. It's not even a fuse halfway, actually.
It doesn't have time.
This is really good. There is no time. Putting EP on 12 with just a single survivor trying to save the gun by the end.
Match point.
Oh, good lord.
So
It was just,
messy,
it
dude.
felt like that was the difference, right? Because they used the Hunter's Fury straight afterwards, reconned out Hunter's Fury to try and catch something, but I don't think he got anybody. In that instance, you had the players alive to deal with it. Hunter's Fury also bought a lot of time on the attacking side. But just because Deti Elise took that decision to just wait out the lockdown instead of breaking it, that could have been the difference for them winning the round. They had the first, like, pick. And the buy is an odd one. Gunners is just on a sheriff. There's an operator in hand for 1-0 still. Just enough money to try and make this buy work. No ultimates. But the first pick again.
Oof. Okay. Well, you know that Deti aren't going down with a fight. I like that. It would have been, I think, quite anticlimactic to see EP run away with things pretty easy, considering how much of a lead they had on the first half. But no, there is some counterplay and some comfort illustrated from Deti here on the defensive side.
Spike down.
Killers does find a couple of kills, so that is some damage being inflicted. Some
That's
more
a bit
damage
silly.
being inflicted. That's 3 kills with 2 left and a potential ace. And the position from Deti Elise is highly polarized.
At least the position for Paddock is a good one.
30
You hear the
seconds
plan
left.
going in on A, you don't expect the flank around, but if he does go down, if it's a 1v1, there's no trade, there's no support from 1-0. This could be a 1v3, easily won by Ulice, but he's just going to break it down into 3 1v1s if Deti at least don't get a hold of this.
He's got time to put the turret on the
10
back
seconds
line
left.
as well.
I'm pulling them in.
Gravity Well falls in the position where Paddock thought the plant was going down, but it wasn't quite there. Everybody's got their eyes on Ulice right now. Can he win this 1v2 to close out this map? Ulice played pretty damn good on the defensive half. If it ends like this, that would not feel nice. Smoke drops. So Ulice is curious if it is from that direction. Oh, he's isolated
no
the first
way.
one. He repositions into the safety of his opponent's smoke. That is ridiculous. And Nanoswarm is available now. Ulice playing them like a fiddle.
There's no time. He has to stick
Playing
it.
him on the tip of his fingers. A Nanoswarm, a spray with a Vandal, classic shots, but it's a spike explosion to put Paddock to his grave, and EP on 13 to get their first win of the season.
That's just a disaster for Ulice. It's
Oh my
everything that
God.
could have gone wrong, just from like the play, we're like pushing mid, I think that came out from none. It was just, you cannot be letting those kind of things happen, not at this level of play. An Enterprise, yeah, you pushed them a lot more, especially when the first half was so one-sided. You make it close, but you can't be ending maps like that when you're up against these kind of teams. You can't give Ulice, you know, you're giving LeBron the ball. That's what you're doing. You don't want to be making those clutches easy for him like they just did.
Look, I think there are positives you can take from Deti Ulice as well towards the end of that game. On the defensive side, there was definitely a sense of comfort restored. Yeah, I'm glad we get to see some replays from this match altogether. It was an impressive showing all across the board. And yeah, I think there were some very high impact moments. I think some odd mistakes here and there from both sides, to be honest. There's some growing pains that we're witnessing, that's for sure. And very much the first match of the season vibes, which wasn't really what we saw in the first match of the day, right? Metizport and EXO clan. I feel like that was a completely different endeavor. But yeah, that was more of an odd moment than the theme that you'd expect. But EP, albeit labored towards the end, do get the win.
Very much laboured, yeah. If their next opponent is actually going to be like Metizport, I think you're licking your lips a little bit. Like, there's no denying that this Enterprise team is going to be good, that it's going to be a contender across the region, but there's definitely a lot of stuff that the coach Legage is going to go through and be like, okay, we cannot be letting this kind of thing happen. We want to try and give ourselves a bit of an identity of being interesting with a double duelist and throwing curveballs with the Brimstone. That's fine, I can get behind that. But you also have to nail the basic 101 stuff as well, which was missing in areas, maybe because they had such a lead that they sort of took their foot off the gas a little bit, but there's still plenty to work on for this team.
Yeah, 2 out of 4 best of ones played out so far in this main Swiss stage as well. Folks, Zero Tenacity versus NXT up next. Don't miss it.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. best of me. Got the 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 best of me. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Got the best of me. Got the best of me. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Got the best of me. Got the best of me. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it. I wanna say it, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I've been giving you the worst. time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, try fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, help where you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you
Can't hear you.
Ooh. Well, there you go. Okay, well, hello everyone. Yeah, it's time for the third match of the day. Zero Tenacity take on NXT as we head into the third match. And Ryan, look, we've had a few cool matches so far, but this one is also looking to be quite special.
Yeah, I think so. Like, we've seen NXT quite a lot from like last year and stuff anyway. Again, sort of different faces on the team, but sort of kept more of the core identity than somebody like Metizport, for example. And Z10 being ones that have been invited in as well, put together a roster which I think sort of brings the best of the whole region, mostly pretty much people from like the eastern regions of like playing in Diamant, Go Next, Trash Can, as we're about to highlight.
Yeah.
It's definitely the team to keep an eye on, and a nightmare for like English-speaking talent to get names right. So apologies ahead of time if we get them wrong.
All right, I'm going to try and say them all one by one now, see if we can actually make them work. It's Alexic, it's Grimekista, MSH, Pretty, and Tajarex.
I think it's like Party. It's Party, and it's T-Rex. RX.
Harex. Okay.
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay. Well, you already got them wrong straight away. Apologies, East fans. I know these lads have been around for some time. We've obviously got a bit of a Diamant, call happening here. Or, most of them playing overall in East. Generally, we've had some top places, performances overall. I think these are some of the best players all around that East has got to offer in that challengers level. So altogether, in a combination, I think this could be quite a strong roster.
Yeah, me too. Like, it's definitely one that's been put together, and I think the majority of this team is quite young. I mean, like 19, 20 for the most part, a couple of like 26-year-old players, for example. So yeah, the fact that you've got like Alexic that was on that Go Next team that went to Ascension last year, and just everybody that's been sort of like on bits and pieces of the same team, like Diamant, you've got Grimmy and Party and stuff. So it's more the synergistic approach of a load of like Serbian players, Czech players, Slovenian players, Polish players. But NXT, it's much closer to home from us. Sure. But I'd say out of all of the teams that we've seen for the most part, like, it's probably the least recognizable players that we've seen on the NXT roster in comparison to like the human tripwire players, right? Even Final Moment, like, was the coach, but looks to be stepping in for today's game from the look of the roster graphic. Hence why he's a silhouette. He's unlocked.
Yeah, completely. I guess it's one of the least known entities joining, but they did manage to get their way through the lower Swiss to, join this main Swiss today, right? So the fact that they had the performance to make it here shows that, they can play very much against the higher echelon play team. So we're excited to see how much performance they can bring it on. Abyss seems to be our best of one for this one. I'm glad we don't get a third round of Pearl. So that's a little bit of a change. Express your surprise here. Obviously, it's not your bread and butter map, so, different adaptations could be made on this map. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's tricky. I guess this does feel like out of all of the map pools that we've had thus far, this is like the least. Like, you have Haven, sure, but you don't have an Ascent, which these things tend to flock to. Haven was almost a pick here, but like Abyss being left this long, it obviously requires a lot of coordination to get it right, for sure. But then it's also just very open, I suppose, in taking some of those fights on the site. Open B sites, like mid as well. And naturally, all of the stuff about the fact that you can fall off of the map at any given moment, it feels like. So, it's probably the first best of one Abyss that we'd ever see, and maybe we'll ever see again, because I can't imagine it's going to be that popular.
Yeah, sure, maybe. It will be interesting to see. Obviously, like we said, this is a matchup against some tried and tested players that have had potential in East and, you know, could continue to do so. And potentially with the experience that they have now, they could potentially making it at the top of level, right? You've had finalists on East. Maybe now they know how to pick up that gauntlet. And then you've got NXT, who are pretty new to the space.
Very new,
overall. This is kind of their first big taste of this competition, right? Sure, they've had the lowest stage experience, but this is the real deal, right? This is where you get to play up against all the top tier teams. And look, even if you drop to the lower bracket, you've got teams there like EXO Clan waiting. So this is not going to be an easy road. And, you know, sure, Swiss stage can be a little bit forgiving, but you know, there's not much room for error. We've got the agent select graphic finally working. Harbor, Vice on both sides. We've seen that before. Not that much of a surprise here in Abyss. But yeah, generally the same approach. It's just a small change in controller. Astra v Omen, and you've got the Harbor as well on the other. No, sorry, Astra v Harbor is the main change here.
Yeah, the only change, both teams running the Vice and the Sova. It's a good test, I suppose, for both teams. Like, you're not sort of running more conventional comps like we've seen on Pearl for the most part in the four teams that we've seen play on that map. So it does test you a lot on running double controller, which is still a unique thing. Puts a lot of pressure on the Sova to get a lot of that information. But putting your duelist over on Euro as well to be the difference maker means that this should be a real, like, palette cleanser, I suppose, from the games that we've seen so far. We should see very much more of a focus on the macro and how this team coordinates well. They find themselves in it as Zero Tenacity on the attack.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Let's see the first match on the main Swiss stage between these two teams, Zero Tenacity and NXT. Let's see what they can do here on this best of one on an unlikely map, Abyss. It's good to see NXT back, and both Zero Tenacity as well, and now merged into one region. A matchup that we normally wouldn't get to see, and now we can. Delicacy of this change and the merge of these enormous EMEA regions as Zero Tenacity look to move towards this left-hand side.
It's all about baiting out this wall as well on the attack. You don't want to get caught out by it necessarily. They're on their way in. Mali's shown up a lot by this recon dart. But everybody's here to try and fight off this post plan. More so before it happens. The aggressiveness of that Alexic, he's able to get one before he's traded out. And the pressure's now on Z10.
It is, but look at MSH. He's crossed all the way towards mid, trying to catch out rotations, and he might be able to do it. No, Coda instead is there to retaliate. These young guns are shooting back, and pretty well, might I add, as Grimikista looks to go into a very vacant A site to give him his best chance of clutching a 1v2.
We've seen both these two players from NXT staying together. Not to harp on it too much, but it's kind of like Deti Ulice should have done something like this in that last 1v2, 1v3 that they had on Pearl. But everybody's staying together, making sure that Grimikista doesn't take apart these fights into two 1v1s. But they also don't want to line up at the same time.
Yep. No issues there. NXT pick up the first one. I think it's safe to say here, Ryan, our anticipation is that Zero Tenacity, being more seasoned, will get away with a win. But I think we need to put into the brains of people that NXT have played an entire lower stage, Swiss stage, right? So they've had experience so far, gelling as a team, playing officials. Something that Zero Tenacity haven't had the chance to do yet.
Yeah, and it's also that element of, because the scene is much more open across Northern Europe, but also like the Northeast full stop, that those teams that were maybe destroying in Premier that just needed a bit more like reps to get up to the top stage have that opportunity to. And NXT clearly see the value in these players to bring them together. Just because you don't necessarily know any of the names on this squad because they've not been in like tier 2 previous to this year. Who came second in Polaris last year? Sweet and sour. Nobody really expected that. So you never really know where this NXT team can potentially go.
So true. Sweet and sour back, by the way. Hell yeah, baby.
Next game, aren't they?
Next game, absolutely. See what we've got. Excellent. Accurate with a Marshall. The only rifle in the hands of Zero Tenacity has done work. How much more can they find? Realistically, not much, but they've bunched up together in the right position. If they move in at the right moment, it might bear fruits. Avi has been able to walk away. He's got a paranoia, but chooses to use his gun instead as he spots one across the smoke. 3v3. Guardian collected by Tajrex. And a B site to be taken over.
This feels like it's the part of the game that might be tested the most for this NXT, is just keeping their composure in moments when, you know, they have to buy, the other team is on an eco, and suddenly you're in a 3 versus 3. The frantic running around, all this utility is given away that is going to be like a B execute, or is it because the wall has sort of forced the Vice away? It's bought a little bit of time of the rotations. It's just whether they clear these angles. They do have both Euro flashes to work with here too, and the paranoia.
Tajrex avoiding the flash.
Right here.
Pretty.
Could they all get pinged?
Really important position up in tower. And he's able to find the first kill given his opponent was low. Not too bad. Not impossible from Zero Tenacity either. Just playing it slow. And NXT are losing time little by little, but they've gotten themselves on the defuse. Tajrex to find an upper angle. And they don't expect it. Off the defuse! And Tajrex with a double! Making quick equilibrium on the table of Abyss.
Really nice idea to jump on the high ground from Tyrex, but it was a close one again. NXT are just not afraid to sort of play at pace. Just being aggressive, they had good trades. It was just locating where this last player was. Neoman just buying as much time as they possibly can. Technical pause just gives us a moment to look at this again. There's just good trades to make sure the party didn't get too much there. But the Guardian from that spot, the defuse was a whisker away as well from NXT. They were fully ready to dedicate to it. And just perfect timing from Tyrex's lurk to find the round and flip things around onto their head immediately in round 2.
And apparently we've got a ping issue on one of the players. Tyrex.
At least it's a ping issue on the player that just won the clutch. If there's a ping issue on the player that lost the clutch, I think the atmosphere would be a bit worse.
Yeah, imagine having a ping issue and clutching the round either way. Maybe you clutched the round because of the ping issue.
Yeah, maybe.
Unlikely, right? Unlikely. I mean, at the start stages when Valorant got first released, you had Pika's advantage from players with lower ping, with more ping, because somehow the response from the server was different locally than on the client of the player receiving the peak. Yeah, it's not much of an issue anymore. I think it's an issue on all first-person shooters overall, generally, but it's not as poignant as it once was, thankfully. But yeah, it seems that a router reset is necessary, so it's going to take a little bit. Bear with us. Thank you for your patience, and we'll be back right after this.
can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. A special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore.
Ping issues resolved as we jump into round number 3 of Abyss between NXT and Zero Tenacity. First round did go to NXT, but Zero Tenacity were quick to bounce back. Let's see if they can carry on the momentum for round number 3, as the economy isn't looking too good for the defenders.
Yeah, it's a strange round to just have a bit of a break on. Players shouldn't be talking throughout that period as well, so our squad's about to sit with what went wrong and how to improve upon it. The aggression going to be instant from like B main, big fight, and this is where the majority of players on the attack are going to be playing.
Yeah, the first big aggression we saw from the defensive side, and Tyrex is able to end up with the first couple of kills. Make it 3. Alex Sick keeps it going and keeps it flowing. Zero Tenacity, that is mighty clean. A total of 7 + 8 is 15. A total of 15 damage taken in this map, in this round.
Yeah, it seems that the reset for Tyrex seems to be working nicely. Another 2K has his ultimate, so if he can really start to play on the minds of NXT, I think that's the win condition really of like, okay, these players like, I'm not afraid to play maps like this. They're going to have coordination. They're well planned. They're eager to prove themselves. Let's see if we can cause chaos amongst their ranks, because all the players on Zero Tenacity have got good experience in a region that is gun and fight heavy. If they can start to pull these rotations around from the defense, much like they're going to do with this dimensional drift, headless chickens NXT are going to become.
Oh, they very much could be.
It's a TP all the way over towards A, like they've fallen for a hook, line, and sinker.
A complete kerfuffle. And that leaves Kodath all alone to the defense of the A
Don't
side.
peek this.
Oh, Alex Sick.
Very nice, actually, from the defense.
Yeah. Let's say it was very nice for the defense. 4v4. I mean, the rotation is pretty quick. NXT got hit pretty fast. Flash out from Laser.
Oh, they didn't see
Lazy peek, huh? Confusion. Let's see how this one works. Harbor ult, fallen, which has given NXT a little bit more space. Diffuse halfway. MSH trying to spray upon him. Oh, they've let him survive. They got 2 kills across the smoke, which is probably caused the confusion. But yeah, NXT able to square things up straight away.
I genuinely think it was a good play from NXT, where it was a something peak that came in from AV, but he's probably thinking like, guys, I've been holding like D for 5 seconds. Can somebody just kill him, please? And maybe Alexic going a little bit too deep in with the fight. Able to get one, I think, over onto Kodef, but just tries to do too much and cuts it off. NXT, a comfortable retake with the Harbor ultimate. Their money is still not good. They're ecoing despite winning the last round.
And that is not a nice feeling. Zero Tenacity able to snatch the lead right back off the hands of NXT. And sure, you might try and make the best of a bad situation by getting an orb, getting closer to the Hunter's Fury. I mean, Kodef's death or a pick could mean the collection of that ult. Mali isn't too far behind. But yeah, Zero Tenacity's got their eyes on this A site. Not to take any damage. I feel like the flawless rounds from Zero Tenacity are just so good, but then you just contrast them with the others. And they're so back and forth, so rocky. Look, we've only had 4 rounds so far.
Wouldn't it genuinely be a better idea to throw yourselves off the map at this point? You've got 2 players of like Party and MSH that are 1 away from having their ultimates.
Yeah, you can do that, can't you?
Last player standing.
Yeah, but it's a matter of having access to the drop zone. Well, nice snap on, of Alex Sick there. I mean, it could have gone either way, to be honest. Yeah, there you have it. Zero Tenacity with the lead. A couple of ultimates per side. Operator now in the hands of Laser. Huh. Things are starting to get exciting.
Was Laser going to be playing? It's also surprising that you're on like a low buy or an eco and you go and try and fight mid. Like, Z10 are going to know that they've got like the gun range advantage in that. And probably going to fight in that space. You're right, operator in hand for the Yoru, looking more towards A main, and immediate pressure put in from Z10 are not afraid to try and fight and engage for the space consistently. Forces out some Harbor utility over with the Cascade.
Well, mid pressure. Starting to mount. It's NXT. To make their way in through vents. At least it seemed like it for a second. Said the Owl drone has taken a different direction and hasn't spotted a single one either, which has given Navi a false sense of security. At least Kodef is able to square things up and stop Alexic from going too far forwards. Laser hangs on. 3v4 with Zero Tenacity being very split up. Trying to muster up an attack. Oh, they're walking right into the Vice setup as well.
30
Grimek
seconds left.
can't quite collect the angle quick enough. And I feel like Zero Tenacity might want to concede this altogether. They've got guns they want to save, but Pretty is just too far out of a comfortable position. So Akira will be hearing him as he starts to move.
Yeah.
And Tyrex is all that remains.
I think the complaint that you could have for both teams in this round is just a lot of like fights where it's just 1v1s, isolated, no trades. Tyrex can't quite make the clutch happen this time around on the B site. But NXT, like, they go down first. They lose AV as the first person on the minimap, as you've seen, but every other fight was just a 1v1 in a random part of the map. Which, if you're Z10, yeah, you want to be causing chaos, right? You want to be finding those little pockets of space. But NXT, luckily winning out those fights, right? Not really playing much as a team from either squad.
Yeah, it's weird. We haven't kind of seen the team create some sort of pacing so far. Show that they've got most comfort on one of these sides. They've shown strengths, but they've also shown weaknesses. Teething issues, perhaps. As this is Zero Tenacity's first official this season, and NXT, I think, first time they're playing against an opposition of such caliber this year as well. A lot of ultimates available.
Good place to have an MSH set up. Using the ultimate from here as well might catch NXT by surprise, but they seem pretty ready for it as a play. They've given up a lot of space on that side, leaning more towards B. with the Aldrin, should get a good idea on what this Execute is going to give.
The Shuri forced out. Not finding a single tag. That's unfortunate. Alexic, look at this. Look how far forward he's gone. Chopped up, trying to put his opponents in corners. But I think our eyes need to be on MSH here. As his team is buying time on the site, he's looking to go for the lurk. Alexic ends up with one on his attempt to walk away, but Laser ends up picking him up and sidesteps the Hunter Fury as well on the spike already. NXT are looking to put a lot of pressure. MSH has repositioned and found himself higher ground. It's incredible. Zero Tenacity have found everything they wanted to and more. Akira, all to himself, with the pressure of the spike ticking, haunting his brain. That Zero Tenacity continuing having the lead after every equalizer.
I mean, that was a really nice round from MSH. Like, he was sort of in that doorway, just off of like a link, uses the ultimate from that position, but doesn't break the door. He flanks all the way around to get behind him on A. He breaks the door, they're more aware of it, they don't get caught out by that flank. So it's a hell of a decision. Look at where he is now on a minimap. And this is where it gets to. He just refuses to break the door to not give the game away.
You want to fight it?
Laser. Oh, okay. Let's draw back.
I think Recon got missed.
To the back of the site here. That's wonderful work. As a Shrouded Step gets him to positions others would deem unexpected. Jumping across the ledge. But caught off. Alexic not having the impact he would have liked. But Tyrex instead triples up. Huge. Although we can't really get the Quadra. And Kodef left them the 1v3, an unlikely 1v3. Might have to walk away from this altogether. No, doesn't. Gives it a good old college try. And MSH makes him think better of it. 5-3, Z10, the first time they created a buffer.
Yeah, Tyrex has been really impressive so far. 11-3 just on this Omen, and then having like Grimmer as well to just be on the Astra play double controller means that he's got a bit more freedom to be aggressive with some of these plays, and he's using it effectively. You've got Alexic that's finding space with the Euro TPing around, and MSH that's going for nice flanks as well. It means that it's really hard for NXT to just get a hold of the game. They're trying to go for early fights in like B main or A main, but Z10 is just happy to go for them and also have a flank going on at the same time.
Oh. Yeah, goodbye NXT. That one was an unfortunate one, with Zero Tenacity having multiple players on different angles and elevations. They contribute to just breaking down on that position. You've got to go for some odd fights here and there. You've got to try and break the trends. Hail Marys in dire situations.
There you go.
Remembering that this can be a factor.
Not too much else to gain from it, really. Regardless of whether it's unsportsman or whatever it was that Lofa said about it way back when. That feels like a dream. Like, so much time has passed already since, like, Abyss has been playable. Zero Tenacity pretty much being on top to begin with. Like, slow start, sure, but I think every... Is that right? Every, like... close qualified invitee team has lost a pistol today so far.
Oh, yeah, could be. Could very much be the case. I haven't been keeping track, to be fair.
Lexic has another ultimate now with the orb. Knowing the setups that he's had already where he's ran in on the B site and managed to teleport over towards A, now TP has been set up. You can definitely mess with that a little bit. Aldron is going to see the Vice, I think, over towards A, or not. But that's a lot of space that they're able to gather up, and it seems to be yet again like, okay, actually, no, we can take this like A site if we really want to. Yoro's decided to just get out at this time. Omen's trying to set off some of the Vice utility over on the B site, and with 50 seconds left, Z10 are just trying to manipulate the map.
Korolev is able to find first blood, though. NXT have got on themselves a bit of an advantage, but can they close it out? Gramek is there on an island, really getting the spike down, but his teammates are coming in to assist. Oh, no one's going to expect Pretty's position, are they? No one at all. Here comes the double kill. Might have even been a triple if he had more bullets, but no. Paranoia, it's good for Gramek. In for more. Alexic there to assist. Alexic there for the triple. Zero Tenacity have amped things up.
Yeah, it's definitely the least macro-focused team play one from the games that we've seen so far today. But it does feel a little bit like intentional from Zero Tenacity of like, okay, yeah, this team is like good, foundations are strong, but we have more experience and we know what we can get away with, right? Like they are definitely testing the limits of like, we can go for this flank and catch them completely by surprise. And it's going to work each and every time. NXT, they've been hit in the area that we were talking about right at the start of just that experience on the C10 team and the fact that they know that they can do this stuff and not get punished for it like they would do against other teams sort of goes to show. Like this NXT team looks like solid, like foundationally it looks good. But they're just playing it way too simple, I think, maybe, and Zero Tenacity is a step ahead.
Yeah. It does feel that NXT needed a bit of a timeout, to be fair. Talk things through. Maybe focus a little bit. Like I said, this is the first time they're playing against this type of competition this year, where North and East clash. It's cool to see regions combining, to be fair. It's going to make for a really exciting year. More of this, please. For now, the rookies of NXT are struggling and now they're looking for solutions. Let's see if they found them. Entering the 11th round of this game, of this best of one in the main Swiss stage. Look how far forward Laser's pushed. They're trying to go for some lurks of their own. Tyrex is there and ready. Oh, I think Laser just got away. He did. 4v5, advantage taken.
5 HP, fighting fire with fire a little bit more. And Spike being gathered up and heading towards the A site where Codif is left alone, has a Hunter's Fury too that might be able to stall things out like he did last time. But everything else from NXT is passive because they're so worried about being flanked. Paranoid would be the approach. And it does mean that in these chokes, life is a little bit easier for Z10 to just walk in on it.
Oh, Alex, sick. That is sick. That is crazy. He's really been popping off this game.
Perfect.
He really has. Coda, though, wants some of the glory himself. With 22 points of health, is that really a possibility? Is it really within the realm of reason? Alex 6 says no. 8-3 with 1 round to spare on the half. He's just showing off at this point with 1 HP.
Yeah, Czech player. The one that was Ascension last year would go next.
Yeah.
Making it known that he's not just a fluke player and intends to be there this year as well. Especially with so many of the other players that have made Ascension being more introduced to the tier 1 scene this year than any other year. So I have to be thinking that his time is coming in the sun.
Cutting through.
For NXT, it's just the same sort of problems. On a low buy again, not able to encroach on the opponent's side of the map at all to get information. You're just at the mercy of what Z10 are doing, and this is what, the 3rd ultimate that we've seen from Alexic at this point? And he's going towards the A side this time.
Oh man, look how much space he's cleared. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he is distracting them by a mile, allowing his team to also move in, given the space for Gramek to do his magic.
Good paranoia.
That's a great paranoia though. I think it catches 3, maybe 4 players. Akira flashed. Oh, no.
Oh, he was...
Oh, he was blind. He couldn't see Alexic, but still. Things are folding in favor of Zero Tenacity, and I feel like NXT have nothing under their control. This attacking side by the Eastern team has completely taken over.
He pretended to be a decoy, he just held W. didn't expect. We need to watch that again. We need a replay of that as soon
You
as
do.
possible.
Actually, now that you say it, that's actually what happened. You're right.
Because he used the decoy
I thought
later
we just
on
didn't
in
see
high
him because of the
ground.
flash. I thought they just both got blinded by the flash, but you're right.
I think
that's what
he
happened.
was flashed, so he just pretended to be a decoy.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh man, that is funny.
And you're 20-6. We were saying it before as well about Jazz, who had a much quieter second half. It is a lot closer in the last game that we just watched. But part of me just feels that that's not going to be the case this time.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't think you're wrong. Unless NXT can start dictating the pace a little bit. Obviously, they're in the right side. They'll be the first to make moves. Put their opponents in a reactive position rather than proactive. Shock dart. Oh, that could do quite a bit. It does. Half HP on both
another
Colin
one.
and Laser. And another one. And ends up with a kill. Damage onto Akira. Zero Tenacity are just taking over here. They're fully comfortable on this map.
Player standing.
Very well rehearsed. NXT caught with their pounce down on the A side.
I think that's just a perfect example of what we've been saying about NXT, though. Like, the execute was just, fine. I's dotted, T's crossed, good stuff when it comes to timing of utility and stuff, but it is very, vanilla. And Z10 are like, we can't let them just play normally. Like, this is a team that, plays foundationally very solid stuff. So we need to disrupt that, because this isn't the kind of team that has the experience to be able to deal with teams doing that. And it's fallen right into Z10's hands, this whole map.
Bit of a change of pace. I mean, it's a rough situation to be in if you're NXT. I think this is the most one-sided we've seen a
Yeah,
match
there's no
today.
wind in their sails at all.
No. And even rounds that looked promising, I feel like they just got stolen away with Alexic doing crazy things. And I feel like this is one of them, right? Even Tyrex, who only had a ghost to work with this round. The rest of his team had rifles, but he did most of the work, even on a pistol. So, deflating here for NXT. And a mountain to climb if they want to be contending here on Abyss.
Yeah, it means that the bonus here for Z10. Would you even consider it a bonus? Yeah, a lot of half armor, but 2 rifles, 2 outlaws. Sorry, an outlaw and a marshal. Difference is slight, but there is one. For NXT, that 4x is there. It's just Codef that's sort of going equal on KD. Everybody else is slipping behind. And the plan for NXT is to just send it on B main with everybody.
Laser allowing his clone to make the first move, sidestepping the paranoia. And the gravity well expended. No pick just yet. Zero Tenacity only with 3 players. Now 2, with Tyrex being no more to defend this. Spike down. And I don't think they'll be trying to make a move without all the reinforcements arriving. Pretty is low. Very
Flank.
low. And there is a flank in the making, but will it come down in time? Pretty needs to survive this. Recon revealing the position of Laser. Really good angle to know. Alexic, oh dear me. He's gone above. Can he go above and beyond though? MSH with the first kill. Pretty, he's low. Oh my word! Alexic has popped off as well. 2-2. Laser and Akira with most of their health. Alexic is maniacal! Only one remaining, but it's Laser, but he's in the right position as well. Denying the spike defusal. He's done enough. He has done enough. This round falling to NXT's hands, albeit Alexic's craziness.
Yeah, but you lose all of your players and all of your buy up against a bonus. So Z10 is still going to be happy with how that round went. Costly. It means that it's looking to be Guardians across the board on the side of NXT. Zero Tenacity still have a buy, albeit some half armors. But having the... I keep forgetting what it's like. Steel Garden, is that the name of the ultimate?
Yeah,
Yes, I always keep thinking it's like Iron Garden or something, but very close to having it.
True.
Very handy on the defense if NXT's plan is to just go for these B executes as a death ball. And these shock darts have been hitting every single time from Party.
Reckoning unleashed. Laser to play aggressive, wanting to match his opponent Yoru's performance. 1-for-1 with the plant going down. Not too shabby for now for NXT, but again, not the right set of guns. Vandal's upgraded now, though. This is very much a 50-50. Cascade, and this is the right opportunity for Ulice to move in, but it's pretty to end up with the first kill. 3 players for NXT remaining. Make that 2. Aggression from Avi. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Spray down from Akira, but it's just not enough. Pretty is online this round. And a 12th guaranteed with 1 to spare. Match point for Zero Tenacity. Have they showed nothing but dominance this entire game?
It's going to be an eco as well for NXT. 300, 400 credits for most players. Got to put whatever they can together. And they have a dimensional drift at the very least, but that's kind of it at this point. Still got that Vice ultimate. Hunter's Fury for Party. And it really does feel like NXT is sort of out of options. The buzz plans have not looked too shabby, but they haven't had these flanks going on. It's just all 5 players going B main. And it's the same plan here, but they're just heading towards A, right into all of that Vice and Astra utility.
Concealment. Pulling them in.
Correct. Spotted. Avi with a chance to do some real damage here. Up close to the fight. Hunter's Fury, though, is making the endeavor that much more difficult. No, forget the chances. Put them all behind you. None-handed here. Zero Tenacity really showing how strong they can be on this main Swiss stage. And I think we've got some pretty damn good teams going into that 1-0 spot to begin off this tournament.
Yeah, all of the invited teams as well, so it doesn't feel that they're the ones that are like behind and unpracticed. Here it was the biggest like gulfing difference, I suppose. Not necessarily just off of the players, but it was like the ideas, right? That Z10 sort of played with their food a little bit, that they wanted to see what they could get away with, realized that they could just keep these flanks and ganks happening consistently, and they just did not let up for NXT for one moment. And sort of a few rounds in, by that first timeout, it sort of felt that it was done and NXT ran out of fumes a little bit. But that's to be expected when it's a young, fresh new roster.
Yeah, I'm glad they did show some signs here, NXT, but I feel that they've got a lot more to offer, right? They did make it out of the lower Swiss stage by collecting their 3 wins, and, you know, they deserve their spot coming here. But, yeah, obviously, Zero Tenacity, we expected them to be strong, given that they've got the knowledge playing in Challengers East for a while, and they've reached some pretty damn good spots. Alexic has won the league as well, making it into Ascension, so that experience is already there. It definitely showed that Alexic was the star of the show, and I think in these highlights you will witness it over and over again. He was a thorn in their backs, a thorn at their feet.
I see what you did there.
It was crazy.
Yeah, just with the thorn in the side with the Vice play. And it sort of goes to show, like, they just leaned on their strengths of, like, they had the Yoru that can find different bits of space. You had your Solver lurking at a point. That's how, like, free and open it was for Z10 to be able to do that. And the post plans, like, on the attacking side from NXT weren't too bad. It just felt like you 9-3 down and you lose the pistol. There's very little coming back from that.
Really is. Really is. It was a hard one. I think for NXT, that's the drawing board. Thankfully, the Swiss stage gives you the opportunity to, you know, go back and figure it out. It's kind of like a double elim, right? For those that are not familiar with the Swiss stage.
Elim. That's literally what it is, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You lose to BO1s and a BO3 to be completely out, right? You need 3 wins. And you play against teams of a similar score as you, as the same score as you. But yeah, that is the 3rd out of the 4. There is 1 series left, and that is none other than Sweet and Sour versus Wild up next. You don't want to miss that.
best of me. Got the 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 best of me. can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you, for you. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day.
You're watching Challengers Northeast, and you've joined just on time for Sweet and Sour versus Wild, a matchup that I think many have been waiting for, given that there are some local rivalries going on, ex-teammates, some spot of players that have seen some pretty high highs with the likes of Defo. I think this is going to be an exciting match to close out the day here, Ryan.
Yeah, we also have a little bit of a grudge match between Apina Orchestra players from last year as well. So it's nice to see some of these names back again from like Valorant of last year, naturally, but also like a good mix of like other people too, namely Defo that we're about to see on Sweet and Sour, but also Brave AF, who used to be on Fnatic way back when. coaching the team as well. So, you know, it's nice to see Wild being invited and being involved, like for the stuff that they've been able to do. Some of the events that they've ran out of Ireland, for example, have been terrific. So nice to see like those orgs being a part of this, but also the age-old name of Sweet and Sour that definitely made waves last year, despite being a different team this year for the most part.
Yeah, and to ride home what Ryan is saying about Sweet and Sour, they were the unknown entity coming into the Challengers North season last year, in case you missed it. And they were the biggest contender of Apex. They've taken maps, they've taken a series off of them. For that reason, did they manage to take us? Yeah, I think they did towards the end of the year. Yeah, they were unstoppable, really. When you compare them up against the rest of the field, and you know, the team that were a little bit better, well, I don't know, you could say a little bit more, that were better at them at least, were the Ascension winners, Apex, who are playing in the VCT right now, right? So yeah, I don't know, man. Sure, this roster isn't the same, sure you've got some aspects from it remaining, but let's be truthful here, it's it looks completely different. But yeah, I think the vibe stays the same. It's a young, unknowish entity given in the formation they are currently in, that they've got the belief that they can take on anyone and everyone, and that's what I want to see.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's only Athen that's still on this team from Sweet and Sour last year. But also, a weird, like, two worlds collide. You've got Diseased on this team that was in China recently with LGD. But I specifically remember him being more of a problem for that team because he was so inflexible. He played a lot of stuff like Skynes, does kind of like characters. But it was definitely like they couldn't really fit around him. Naturally, there's going to be a language barrier as well, which doesn't help. But at the same time, he was on a team with, who's the player on XLG that's been in China forever? Russian player. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But like, he was on the team with Disease, but he then went on to qualify for Ascension in China and now plays in Tier 1. So it's definitely one of those instances where I didn't expect that kind of crossover, I guess. Yeah,
I guess. It's an interesting one. But for Wild, on the other hand, now this org, they didn't really go for a much different approach either. They've kind of harnessed the young potential that could sprout from this from this group of players, right? You've got, you know, an Apina Orchestra core with Brady and Drog, and you've got some other young players joining in as well that are having some very fresh experiences at this level of play. So it feels like they've tried to find some hidden gems that I'm really excited to see. And I think out of the organizations we've seen here that have played, that have collected, you know, a series of rosters, this is the most unknown entity org that we have all across Challengers Northeast, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, you've got Drog and Brady, which, you know, you definitely consider them like strong elements of what made Apina Orchestra good last year. So you have some experience on how this region works, but you're right, like it is a pretty untenured team, not to the same level as NXT that we just saw, but definitely out of the invited teams, this might be the one that has like the least experience out of them, at least the ones that we've seen today.
Yeah. I mean, there are some pretty young ages scattered across the field. I think Team Liquid boasts some of the youngest, but you know, it's worth saying that last year's youngest team playing in Challengers North was Apina Orchestra, and elements of that youth is also in Wild. So it'll be interesting to see how these two rosters will fare up against each other, because arguably even Sweet and Sour boast some more experience than Wild in some cases, not all of them, in some cases. So yeah, I'm super hyped to see how this one fares. So Ryan, coming into this one, we've had two different maps across 3 matches. We've had a couple of Pels and we had an Abyss. I think coming into this one, I thought we'd be seeing a Haven, an Ascent, something like that, something along those lines, you know? We haven't had that yet.
It'd be weird if we got Ascent because it's not in the map pool anymore, but it's coming back in the future, so it's like, it's very hard to keep on top of that kind of stuff. But you're right, like Haven, like even a bit of Split, definitely some Lotus as well, because that seems to be just a map that people like to sort of duel out on a bit more. But yeah, seeing Abyss was weird. Seeing Pearl, whether that's going to be the case again,
Another one!
Yeah. But like, yeah, like I wouldn't expect to see Fracture. I wouldn't expect to see Bind. I didn't expect to see Abyss, but you know we did. So we almost saw it again here today. There's the last map that was banned out. So at least it's going to show a lot on how everybody plays this map, which is good information when you're playing through a big Swiss stage like this with 16 teams.
They just want to nail home the answer to your question at the start of the day, Ryan. What's going to be the favorite best of one map of the region? Well, yeah, we've got our answer for yet another time. 3 out of 4 times of today, we got Pearl as our map of choice in the best of ones. If you're only just joining, this is a Swiss stage format to begin off this tournament, where 3 wins are necessary to qualify into playoffs. And yeah, it's a brutal one. Even though I think it's an important one, given that you've got 16 teams that need to play at the start, and you need to whittle through the field to see which are the strongest ones and keep having the strongest teams playing against the other stronger teams to qualify quicker into playoffs, I think. But it also gives a fair chance to the lower teams to stay alive with best of 3s in elimination and qualification matchups.
Yeah.
So
you don't want to give too much away for free at this stage.
100%. So yeah, we've also had completely different approaches to Pearl. Out of the 4 teams that have played Pearl, every single one has been distinctly and completely different. I don't know, Ryan. I feel like I want to repeat a question from before. From the 4 iterations that we saw on Pearl, which one did you like? Because EP ended up winning with a nice combo of Brim and Phoenix, didn't they?
Probably Metizport still, I think.
Okay.
Mostly because I do like what the Vice provides as opposed to like Ulice's Killjoy. And yeah, I think it's just like Sova seems to be the better initiator there instead of the Fade, which we saw one of. Teo, with a bit more practice and coordination, could definitely be an option, but I just don't think yet. Not at this stage. Astra was the same. The Duelist was the same with Jet, I think. A little bit of Phoenix was nice, but I wouldn't expect to see it here. But you never know. I think it's just like, I'd like to see more Teo to see whether it was a problem with the team that ran it, with EXO, or whether it's just that the agent is underwhelming. Because I've, like, from watching EMEA, like Tier 1, watching Teo to me has felt like underwhelming as an option. Like, it's not really hit the expectations of what a character with that kit is actually capable of doing.
Well, it seems one of the players need to do a quick reinstall of the tournament client, so we'll be back very, very quickly, hopefully sooner rather than later. Stay tuned.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for some I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, try fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and up like it lasts forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
you're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Ooh, I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't put you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and you got the best of me. 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 Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. You got the best of me. You got the best of me. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. You got the best of me. You got the best of me. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud. not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
You love me. Come, you love me. You love me. Come, you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground.
Boy, that was a little bit of a wait, but thank you all for waiting. We really appreciate your patience as we jump into our final match of the day. In this main Swiss, the start of Challengers Northeast. It's exciting. Two very young teams about to bump heads on Pearl, and I'm all for it.
Going over agents like quickly, Defo on the Chamber's an interesting one. Diseased on the Reyna. We sort of highlight this hero pool before we got into game. They're going to be on the defense first. Wild just pretty much trying to put a lot of pressure over towards B, and it's pulled to rotate. Is that the direction that they want to go?
Yikes. Fraction, one of the youngest on the server right now, at least in experience at this level of play. During first blood of the game, not too bad for the confidence. Here we go. Where teams have had to wait a little bit while we get into the action. So I wonder how the aim trainers have been going, if they've been playing throughout that wait, or they might be on that little cooler side. We'll have to see.
KO knife on the execute hit the Reyna, so they know that they're in. It's just whether they can go across the wall has gone up too, so it's just forced so much time out of Wild. And they found that slight lurk as well from the Cypher that's slowly making their way through B-Link.
There.
Yeah, but Aiden's life total isn't that much, so he won't be confident to take too many fights quickly, or at least first. At least Wild have gotten themselves most of the kills. And Aiden's accurate, albeit the small HP bar. Deti, known for the clutches actually from last year.
They're all low.
And two very low players. 5 bullets, 2 kills. Jog falls back. Aiden reveals himself. 4 bullets. 2 bullets reload. There you have it. 1v1. And Deti makes clean work of it. Round number 1 is spectacular, and it's handed over to Sweet and Sour.
Genuinely really well played from Deti. Like, when I was an attacking soul last year, I was thinking this year, if I could get a player from another region, probably would have been Deti as one of them. Like, he is, I'm genuinely surprised that he hasn't been picked up, like, as a mainstay talent, because he was exceptionally strong as a controller player last year, and he's got up to a bright start here for Sweet and Sour. Again, it's these invited teams that are losing the pistols.
That seems to be the trend, but they've always ended up winning the match. Let's see if history repeats itself for the 4th and final match of the day. As the main Swiss will continue tomorrow, introducing us to the rest of the field. For now, both of these teams would love an early dub on the board. It's already scary to look at the teams that have dropped on that 0-1 bracket. Not easy.
Here we go. Wild taking a lot of mid control. This is not a round you'd expect they'd get, but as we do say that, we've seen a couple of bonus be converted already today.
More
Fraction.
than you'd want to admit out of 4 games.
Yeah, that's true. Stinger in hand. Let's see if we can open up this backside. There are 2
Well
that are
spun.
inhabiting it. And Disease is nearby as well. This could be a tough one. The spike might even be down. Yeah,
Or the warbang.
it's allowed. Vitti's close to getting the warbang kill. Fraction gets that first pick. So it does give Wild some breathing space.
Aiden?
Affen does catch Aiden off guard. You should expect someone to approach. I guess not.
Ooh,
Shock that lands by Brady's feet. Things are getting difficult. Sweet and Sour in pole position. And even though Wild seemed to look competitive at the start of this round, Sweet and Sour make clean work of the round number 2.
Yeah, a bit of damage done. You get the first kill on the plant now as you're attacking, so Wild can at least take something from the Seeker that they had. But it is just already you're seeing a lot of success out of this Vice utility. The wall just splitting up the Executors, they're coming in. The game being given away ever so slightly for Wild before they head into some of the sites. It's definitely just something that they need to be careful of and need to keep an eye out for. Especially because they're not running the Vice themselves. And you're running it into double Sentinel as well with Defo on the chamber. It's a little bit more Sentinel utility. Should mean that Sweet and Sour's defense should be a strong side.
Should be indeed.
Now it's just
Fraction.
a 4-1
go ahead.
split.
Well, Wild are looking to break through here. All players lined up. Sweet and Sour have got the right idea. I mean, it's been warmongering from Wild for quite a while. But it's Aiden to get the first pick. And having control over Art is huge, because that's where the rest of Wild are looking to hold the site from. Spike is planted actually quite far forward, so it's a great position for Wild to hold. Sweet and Sour struggling to find a single kill. Not one will drop as Wild secure their first round on Pearl.
Very clean, like, anti-bonus coming in from Wild. Not losing anybody means that those weaker guns from Sweet and Sour aren't going to do too much. But Defo wanting to play the chamber, main reason is to get the op online. He's not going to have any armor on him, but he's going to be a good, consistent contest of that B main. Just being able to have an op over there and to fight for that space would allow Disease to be fighting in various other parts of the map at the same time.
Ooh. Defo finds himself the first opportunity to use that operator, but doesn't go his way. Although, this is why you have the chamber, allowing you get out of jail free card and take more aggressive positions, deeper angles.
I like this setup though. Camera just in a position that's hard to break, especially when it's just an operator. And then tucking yourself right in on this corner. Finding good timing to try and push up, and it's going to keep Defo focused over here and pull the Vice over in that direction too. But the rest of the team needs to make noise elsewhere. They need to find some space and really start to pull apart these rotations. KO Knife though means that, like Sweet and Sour were expecting it was going to be B. It's going to be B, but it's going to be more of a split.
Defo's smart to look at that direction. And Disease is also smart to drop back into the safety of the site very quickly to join forces with his teammates. And yes, Wild have been given some free real estate, but they need to break through here. And the fact that there's just so many players looking exactly towards them, it just completely depletes their chances of crossing Alphaman. I don't blame him wanting to go for more. He had 3, he wanted to make it a quadra, wanted to make it look delicious, both sweet and sour. But it is garnered either way. Zaffen is the only casualty for the round.
Yeah, it's just one of those instances where, like, Sweet and Sour, the whole plan for Wild was to pull some of that attention over towards B, but then when they go B with no pressure on the right-hand side of the map, Means that Sweet and Sour had 4 players on the defense over on that site as that execute came in, and the operator as well for Defo. Affan, yeah, wanted to go in for that fight because he was 1 away from having his ultimate. He does have that Steel Garden now, which means that it's going to be hard for a while to just find some space. They do have a buy here still, but now they're moving over towards the other side of the map on A.
While they've been pretty slow with their approaches so far, not much poking and prodding either. Sweet and Sour haven't been the aggressors either, haven't really put Wild in these uncomfortable positions. They haven't needed to yet.
Part of the work is just trying to find out where this Vice utility is. But you're right, like, because they're trying to go at a pace where they don't give anything away, Sweet and Sour react to some initial pressure, and then they're ready for these kind of plays. It's a good pull, and it's Deti and Yanto that are just able to clean up nicely. They were expecting that play because Wild have been too slow.
I mean, it's cool you've got a 1-2 setup, even if the first player doesn't connect the first shot. You've got Yanto there as the backup, but Viti's first pickup was sublime. Sure, more of that kind of frag. Love me some of that. But damn, impressive. Really impressive. And Yanto there to assist his teammate. Wild finding it very difficult to break through. It's hard to imagine you can connect these kills when Viti does something like that.
Yeah, but we've seen it in the other Pearl games today, right? Just the pressure towards A main from the attack and defense. Like, you're fighting for an orb. That's just space where it's like, we're making a lot of noise. We're in A, we're going to do stuff over here. Then the players on B can try to find little gaps to exploit and find bits of information and just find spots on the map to actually have people rotate across, or going devices over on B, just go for a full execute on A. But Wild have been so slow that Sweet and Sour get the information on what Wild are doing, and then they're able to react to some, like, cut noise stuff. You've got, like, about 7 to 14 seconds before you can realistically react to some of these things. And Wild, it's taken them, like, 20 plus seconds to do stuff. Like, here's good posturing. You can leave a player, like, around R, maybe even sort of find space towards sewers. But now, like, there's pressure towards R. Everybody on Sweet and Sour has to back off because they're up against an eco. But the problem is that while it takes too long to go to B, those players that have backed off on A would rotate. You can already see people like Diseased starting to potentially move over. This is a bit better, at least, because Brady goes down, which might keep those players across. But when Defo set up with the operator, it's easy pickings.
So while they're going to fall victims to an eco round, which... That's fair. I mean, not much was expected from them either, but this game has started to slip through their fingers. They need to be a little bit careful here. Next buy round, hyper crucial. 15 seconds. And some hope that a potential kill could come their way. And albeit a couple of missed shots here and there, it's still pretty bleak. For Wild, ooh, okay, sure, Drog. Yeah, show us what you're made of. Let's see if we can make it work on a buy round, and in a moment that matters. 5-1. Does Wild have what it takes to come back here and give us a strong showing on this attacking side?
Have a buy now and some ultimates that are starting to come together. But it has been quiet from them thus far. Athens had a fantastic time on Vice. Steel Garden still in hand, but no real reason to use it. But the defense and the reactions from Sweet and Sour have been really well set up. Like, it's double augmented almost, because you do have the Vice in the chamber, like I keep saying. But it's like when you can get an operator onto an angle on B, it just feels impossible to break through unless you throw utility.
Fern, look at this. Going for a little bit of a walk, and I think Merrick's and Brady believe they've cleared the back of this box. Oh no, Brady doesn't believe that for 1 second. He'll definitely clear that. And finally, Wild have got a chance here. Yanto dropping back, knowing that Brady and Merrick's aren't aggressive with their push. The smoke is dropped, so no chance is taken. This A site will be taken.
And should go down. Cosmic Divide is available for this retake though, and Hunter's Fury is ready potentially for Yanto, but yeah, Merrick's finding some space here, makes it a 2 versus 2.
Ready? Feeling that he should push with a spike in his hands is probably not the best decision in this situation. Drog left to pick up the pieces. Tough corner to be in. Flying across the map. Defo and Diseased. They're approaching. I'm looking at the minimap right now. Drog is able to win the first one. But Diseased will be able to take the numbers advantage in hand and deny Wild's best buy-round situation they've had this game.
Well, you get a bit of a behind the scenes of what the secondary observer, like how quickly do you have to move to a shot like this, but yeah.
Yeah.
One for the Bucks potentially, but at the very least, Sweet and Sour keep things afloat while just winning that round against a bonus. But at least able to find some space over on that A site full stop and go from there. Usually this happens when like the main observer like crashes out the game.
Crashes or something. Yeah. I mean, we did see it seconds though. I think. Oh, we're back. Yes. Nice. Nicey. Back on it. Wild. Oh, fractioned, a bit disjointed. Obviously, you want to pull your team in with you, but no such thing has happened. And so many ultimates that Sweet and Sour have not been forced to use. I'm scared for Wild here, Ryan. I really am. They need something and they need it quick.
Gotta say though, I'm impressed with Sweet and Sour. Like, namesake, you would expect them to be strong and probably the favorites. The only open qualifier team to be a favorite against a closed qualifier from these preliminary games.
I think so.
But like, this is just perfect as well. Ultimate's gonna hit and jam up two players, one of which having the spike. And it just keeps delaying these executes from Wild.
Oh, there's a chance for a plant here. Hunter's Fury. I don't think it's found a single tag.
No, I don't think so either.
Maybe one onto Merrick's towards the end. Cosmic Divide. Crucial. Allows for simple real estate. They've gathered it. Cage drop to try and isolate a couple of fights. Off the spike again. Oh, it's getting uncomfortable. HP bar is dropping as well. Vitty's just holding the angle. Merrick's looking to find an alternative position to peek through. It's not even diffuse halfway because the Recon bot has dropped. 1v2. Time depleting. Drog will have to spray. Runs out of bullets onto the Sheriff. Vitty up close with a shorty and just in the nick of time, defusal was successful.
Again, another good retake, forcing out a few more ultimates, this time from Sweet and Sour, making it a little bit more treacherous. And we are starting to see Wild find their pace a little bit more with these executes, but they're just not finding the kills. Yet the Hunter's Fury use, Cosmic Divide, often buying a bit more time as well with the Steel Garden. Just coming down to small sections here. It's full loss bonus too for Wild, so they've been able to put some of these buys together, knowing that at this point in the game, it's just about getting these rounds on board. They can't keep saving, especially when Sweet and Sour go into the half with a lead at the very least.
To a 5-on-5 with all guns exposed. Exposed? Not quite the word I was looking for.
They found my trap.
Still, just look at Fraction for a second. How far forwards on B he is? Looking to see where exactly this Vice utility is. Maybe draw a couple of players in his direction. He's triggered some. The smoke is dropped from his own... No, it's not from his own teammate. It's from his opponent. If it was from his teammate, they know it's a fake. And while they're quick to react, to turn their attention towards this A site where there are still two players defending.
It's an uncomfortable hold for Sweet and Sour, so they've decided to group up and retake A main, but they might get just a little bit much. Defo tries to take the shot. Vitty ends up peeking alone. Defo knows exactly how many people are going to be here. A lot, and he's stuck.
Damn. Okay. Okay. That means they've got a couple of kills themselves now with no retaliation. Wild have found A axis. They don't want to drop the ball now, and Fraction having his hands on the biggest gun the game can offer. Well, that would be the Odin, wouldn't it? I don't know. It's debatable.
Physically, yeah.
Yeah.
Most expensive.
Second. Most expensive, sure.
Last player standing.
Brady. Stronghold. Affen attempting to do something magical, but obviously it's a bit too much to ask for. But Wild, I'm glad we get to see this face. We want more of that. We want this a competitive game, as there are only 3 rounds remaining in the half.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour not wasting any time to take a timeout. Yeah, you've got like Brave that used to be on Fnatic for a brief period in 2021, I think it might be. On this roster as the coach. So yeah, not wasting any time. Really, it's been a stellar defense. They've been ahead of the curve, but that was one of the few times that Sweet and Sour didn't have the read and made a mistake trying to gain more information. But you could tell, like, from where Defo was playing and Viti, there's 2 characters that can't really get much information. So they're like, let's go work together and try and take A main, but they just run into like 4 players. If Defo, if he hits that first up shot, things might be a little different. But they're just missing out on like a smoke to stall things. People weren't ready, and obviously Viti goes for the fight and gets taken out. But that's one mistake out of 10 rounds realistically that we've seen from this defensive side.
Hope they can keep it up.
Charlie Mike, let's move.
I mean, with the tour de force available for Defo, this is quite the situation to be in, given that Wilder heading directly in his direction. He does drop back. Both the Recon and the KO knife do not connect.
Aldron tags Afen instead. They're still trying to work out where Defo's playing from. He's retreated ever so slightly back to not be a part of this fight, but Afen has just had so much utility thrown at him, but he's still holding down that B-link position.
This is a clear retake protocol, with Brady finding the first shot. How does Sweet and Sour break through? Maybe Vit is the answer. This East looking to move in first. Clear out. Ooh, he's clean with it. Wild running out of answers. Fractioned, holding on. Drog for a little while, but Merrick's with just 10 HP cannot hold on for long. And that allows Sweet and Sour to get an 8th, 2 to spare in the half, and they're picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, just more patience. They're like sort of letting Wild burn through utility to try and get past the operator. You saw how many smokes were on the site as Wild were going in. And now at least they're getting the plant down. His last few rounds have been a lot better from them. But just after the time, Sweet and Sour playing with a little bit more like protocol, more deliberate in their approach, not over-facing. Even though they're 8-1 up at that point, I think the call from Brave was probably a let's not let this like slip. Let's not switch off because things were going well, because Wild are starting to get accustomed to the server. Might be able to pick up a couple more rounds before the half is done.
Okay. Not as quick as he would have liked. Which allows Wild some access outside. Smoke depletes. Opportunity given. But again, not taken. Affen trying to spray here. This is where Wild are looking across, and this time they're flooding. They're not taking their time. They're not being patient. They want to catch their opponents off guard, and they might just have worked. Deceased, though, is able to stick around. He's grabbed one, but Wild are going for the chase. It's a trade 2v3. Wild have got the upper hand, but Yanto's wanting to put more pressure as his teammate arrives the fray. Reload could give Wild some breathing space to go for the plant, but Viti continues to amp up the pressure. Yanto drops. The Cosmic Divide is exactly what Wild needed. Viti trying to create some space for himself, but is unable to do so, with Wild trying to stay competitive on the attacking side.
Yeah, much better from Wild again. A couple of the op shots Defo's missing. He's had the operator for a few rounds, and he's still bottom of the scoreboard for his team. But it's also just, yeah, cases of like Aiden finding a couple of pockets as well to get those picks. And as B executes for Wild, working out, it feels like, despite going up against the chamber. not going to have the operator for this round at the very least. It's actually going to be Fraction that's picking it up on the attack.
Flight. It is indeed. I want to see how they use it. For now, they've let him pretty far forwards to that right-hand side extremity. It's paid off. Yanto no more. 5v4 from the get-go.
Wild not using the time that they have to try to pull any tricks. It's just they have the K ultimate. They're going to send it over onto the A site. A lot of control over towards that. And this is a nice play from Disease to go retake some of that space in mid. Also allows a lot of space for Defo to go for this flank. He's going to be joined by Viti. Well, actually doing the right thing by taking space past where the spike has been planted. And almost flipping the spawns on both sides.
Oh, it's huge. And Merrick's will be able to cry wolf here. He'll be first to find contact. Best case scenario, he takes one down with him. He might even get away with more. No, just the one for now. A Fraction to open things up on the other end. Wild, they're looking good for this hold. And because they held the backside, they are primed and ready for whatever Sweet and Sour throw at them. 8-4. Wild are able to do some damage control, and at least it's fathomable. The comeback is in their mind.
Yeah, better response in the end. Just maybe it's like the sort of shaking the rust off a little bit. We sort of expected some of these like close qualifier invitee teams to look like it today, but really this is the first case of it. Now Wild hoping to try and pick up the pistol now on the defense, hoping that some of the things that they've worked on will become a bit more clear cut. For Sweet and Sour, you've been running these double sentinels on the defense, which works, but running two on attack might be missing out on some of that entry, especially when your main duelist is a Rainer of all things. How are they going to make up for this on their attacking side?
I mean, winning against an orb is a very Sweet and Sour thing to do. Oh, it's a bit rough around the edges, that's for sure. And Frenzy's the right gun for the case. Merrick's needs to drop back because the Sweet and Sour players are not going to slow down anytime soon. Drog is able to drop back on time. But Sweet and Sour are locked in the middle of the map. And while Fraction is wary of a flank from Defo, he is not quick enough to deal any damage against them. 2 versus 4 as Sweet and Sour with a big upper hand against their opponents.
Silver's trying to go for the flank, but there is a chamber trap over in that corner. The flank is being watched. Defo with 5 bullets in the headhunter. It's going to be like comfortable for this one. Should be Sweet and Sour picking up the second pistol.
Yeah, it definitely should be.
Standing ahead.
And there's no hiding your position now as Trademark has been found. Maybe Aiden could do something on the other end, but both players are dealing with 2 at a time. Yeah, it's safe to say the odds aren't in your favor here. Although Jog is finding some spoilers of war. That's all there is. The second pistol round goes to Sweet and Sour, just like the first one did.
A long way back. It was always going to be a bit tricky for Wild, but don't want this half to start like the last. And just with Sweet and Sour taking the right kind of fights, being aggressive in sewers, pushing back. You've got Defo scaling up on B-Long, just pressuring multiple different areas that keep Wild guessing and uncomfortable. At least Defo's been responded to here, but do Sweet and Sour know that there's more players than just the chamber? Oh. Brady's able to do quite a lot of damage with a Frenzy, and it's a 3v2 on the defender's side.
A lot of important work done here by Wild. Potential weapons to be upgraded to as well, if Aiden is able to find his way close. But do you really want to hand over the A site for free? I think that's another question you need to ask yourself. Viti. Not a chance. Fractioned. I think on the scope gun, he feels most comfortable. I think you could definitely tell that from the moment he puts it in his hands.
Nathan, a lot to do.
Yeah.
27 HP. Not really much point saving just because the money should have been in your hands. It's an eco next. Might just be throwing some of these guns off the map and making sure that Wild can't upgrade too much for free.
Brady's going for the chase. Yep, that's the Guardian gone. And I think the Bulldog can be saved. No,
Oh no,
I think
he's
the
not
Bulldog
going
was
to be able to get it! I guess it doesn't really matter too much. You're going to be able to buy, but still.
Fraction did find a Bulldog eventually. That's not the end of the story. But, I mean, still winning the second round is quite impressive, as it is.
I thought that both guns were like, well, all the guns were thrown out. So he ran over to get what Ethan had, and Ethan didn't have anything. He threw the other gun on the floor, and then wasn't able to pick it up.
There might have been an extra Bulldog then on the floor. It was Fraction that picked it up, not Brady. Brady went to pick up whatever his opponent had. Yanto did. But, yeah, you're right. I think whatever Yanto had, he threw. Fraction find a different gun. Either way, solid buy for Wild. Not quite the same for Sweet and Sour. Perfect situation for Wild to play catch-up. That's exactly what they're doing.
Consistent.
Finding early numbers advantages as well.
Yeah, consistent B pressure, washed at least for now. Because the Sweet and Sour have just sort of been playing like a 1-3-1, having just the outside extremities being pushed by one player to get information, and then fighting for mid mostly to find these like split pushes. Here, however, they're just ratting around, trying to get into some space. It is being watched by Brady, but he doesn't want to play in a position that's very hard to get out of.
Drop for the first kill. Yeah, this is not looking simple for Sweet and Sour at all, but they are prolonging their lives. He nearly caught Fraction off guard there, I'll give him that. But it's a flawless one here for Wild. Exactly what they needed, a bit of a boost in confidence, not giving any weapons away either. And only 3 rounds of difference. Arm's reach for sure.
Now, at least you're looking for Sweet and Sour, like, no ultimates good to go just yet. Other than really just Empress for Reyna, but how much do you want to rely on that necessarily? In a bit of a weird start, I think just I'd like Defo not to keep pushing over towards B to force an issue. Seems that it's going to be more stuff towards A. Having a chamber lurk in mid, but this is a good flash, and Fractioned, a lot of the peaks he's been taking have been slightly ahead of the rest of his team, so it's been an isolation. Luckily there is a trade, but Drog alone is trying to go for more space. Drog's a bit worried about using the Aldron from where he is, just in case he gets ran down. But at the very least, just the Aldron used on the attack whilst it's not going to be used for the execute. It is going to keep 2 players posted up over towards in that direction. Some more stuff forced out in mid. Sweet and Sour 50 seconds to pick a site. Yanto's grouped up with everybody else to just go B-Link again. Probably the most common place for Sweet and Sour to try and go find space.
Makes sense. Merrick is holding the angle. Not anymore. Now it's Aiden to try and hold it by himself. He throws down a cage. It's right on time to give the audio cue that plenty of players are crossing. Sounds the alarm bells for Wild to approach, but this spike is going down and nothing can be done to stop it. It's all down to retake game.
Much do Wild have to rely on. Recon dart and a shock and a kill. Actually, for Aiden, Defo caught napping yet again from the looks of it. Yanto,
Yeah, wasn't quite ready for it.
he's trying to go aggressive with how he's looking. Viti at least is able to find some space too.
And the Yanto repositions, this is brilliant. Trog pre-fires the position. Spike not in the right position though, not in the right place. And you don't really have clear access to it. You can pre-fire it if you want, but there's no guarantee of killing the diffuser. So Sweet and Sour in this situation are the loser, with Wild catching up ever closer.
Gotta say, this has been a disappointing map for Defo. Just some of the fights that he's taking not prepared and just unnecessary, I think, too. Like, sure, you want to play a bit more aggressively on the chamber, but you don't want to just give this team an in on a retake where everything else is set up. Like, I don't think he needs to be the top fragger in the server every single time. But when you're 7 and 12 down, like, you don't want to keep going for those fights that you know that you're just not winning.
Sweet and Sour need to rethink their approach here on the attacking side. The moment they went onto the attacking side, I think they've been struggling. Yeah, the pistol round was more of a 50-50. They ended up winning it, sure, but the rest has been questionable. Definitely very different to their dominance on the defensive. So I want to see how this changed things up a bit. If they can find any answers to the fortress that Wild have set up.
Again, it's nice to see the Wild do have a bit of fight back, and it was just the rust as they're trying to get into the server and really adjust to what Sweet and Sour are doing. Sweet and Sour, they were on top. They were 8-1 up at a given point. Now they've only won one round in the last 8.
Fraction trying to delay the push. Hunter Fury, that's pretty good. He's not finding the tags Drog would have liked. Oh, eventually onto Affin and Deceased. That's something they can work with. Some more information as well. Wild have set up camp all around. Defo, very quick to react to find the trade. Is that good enough to find an answer of escape? They were boxed in a moment ago, but they may have more solutions available to them now.
You'll probably be able to hit somebody only as a judge. But some of the fights and the flank potential isn't quite there. Everybody else from Wild just trying to group up. Aiden trying to get off the site if he can help it, but he can't. Defo finds another one.
Defo is back.
You heard me talking
he's
smack.
Definitely feeling the headhunter. Not over for Wild. 3v4. Definitely within the realm of reason. Recon to the backside. The Seas needs to be careful here. Or try and kill the Recon before it even sets. Gravity well sets.
Oh, the smoke's good.
Finds space within the smoke. And he's able to find one onto Drog. Can he reset on time? Brady, good pre-fire. 2v3. Wild still need to play catch-up. Defo continuing his headshot hunt. As Yanto is just buying time here. Brady is in trouble and he knows it. Sweet and Sour post-timeout look like a different breed. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was talked about, but it worked. And they're right back into their own winning ways.
Some nice stuff from Defo's Headhunter. You're right, that's the only thing that seems to be really consistently hitting for him. Able to find 2 picks there. The play around the Astra smoke as well was really good from Disease to find that space. And it's just once Sweet and Sour can get something to get going, it can really exploit the rotations of the map and really make it uncomfortable for Wild. It just feels that so much pressure from both sides just goes on to this first kill. There's still a buy there for Wild, and they do have a null command to potentially shut down an execute or go for a retake. 3 players grouped up trying to fight for this space on A. A little bit of information gathered from the knife.
There.
A lot more spread out than we're used to from Sweet and Sour. And Wild aren't doing much in order to explore what the setup looks like. In the dark, suffocating for information.
Might force somebody from Wild to peek over on B, but you just know that Defo's going to be there at this point. It's a consistent setup for Sweet and Sour, and the Eldron, it's not broken by this first player. Shows the Silver, the execute's about to go in.
Recon a bit early, although does spot the Seized on his attempt to break it. Hunter's Fury. It may have connected onto Drog. It's made him low enough, but he's still alive and well and able to shoot his gun. Aiden
Will he take the chance to move for this to happen? Oh, are we back? Is it the server? It could be the server. No. It's something, but not the server. Defo suddenly left in a 1v2. How did that even happen? But it's, well, that needed a fuse here. Oh, Tent Hunter deployed. And Aiden is able to spot him as he looks to crush through the smoke. Tough situation to be in. The smoke by Merrick's is basically what sealed the deal. And this game is very close.
Very. Aiden showing up massively, just a couple of key picks there. Just goes for an aggressive fight on the A site and able to find one and get out.
I got enough time to go into the Astro 4?
And like, yeah, like just Sweet and Sour's setups, like they're not baiting and rotating wild enough now. Like both teams sort of suffering from the same thing, that the play is a little bit obvious and the setups from the defense are well prepped to deal with what's about to hit them. Tough one to call for both IGLs on either side when these attacking rounds come in. And now Fractioned having an operator, just sitting in out to see if anybody's going to overextend. A lot of noise is heard. They're able to respect this space given up, and the Eldron pretty much clears all of sewer, but I don't think it sees where Brady was playing from.
Sweet and Sour hoping that Defo and Deti can find some openness here, putting both on faith into both.
Look at the up now.
Surely you expect them to have crossed. Art Infiltration watched by Fractioned. But he's got to be careful by his secondary angle as well and connector. But it's not being pressured. Instead, a fall on 180 towards the B site.
This is good information from Wild, though. Pretty much is those players over on B is to just sort of lock in and be careful. There could be a lurk, which is what's got Drog so concerned. But if he's not careful, Merrick's could just be left on the site alone.
30 seconds left.
Merrick's. Oh, it's strong. It's pretty damn good. Shock dart onto the Anto. He's going to take so much from it. Boom goes the Dynamo. And yeah, there you have it. 2v3. Sweet and Sour are in dire straits. The C's trying to take matters into his own hands, but he's met by a bullet to the chest. And Wild have successfully come back. Currently butting heads with Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, things have really not been handy for Sweet and Sour at all on this attacking side. Both teams suffering from the same kind of thing. And that should have been a lot cleaner for Sweet and Sour. Like, they're on a lower buy, but you're up against two players on that site. Really one, because Drog's looking behind him, so it's just Merrick's. They're able to pick up 2 kills before they're traded. You can keep doing those kind of things, though. It's aggressive this time from Wild, and before you can even blink, Sweet and Sour have lost 2 players on a full buy.
That's mad. Completely mad. This game has gone complete topsy-turvy. The defensive side favoring both teams. And Sweet and Sour very uncomfortable right now. They've got a saving grace from Defo if he's able to get himself into the backline on time, but no, they chose to take the fight a little bit too early. So this is a non-factor. Sure, we can try to find some extra damage. Prohibits the round from being a flawless one for Wild, but it's pretty clean nevertheless.
You're looking at the money, it doesn't seem to make that much difference for Wild. Things are really good for them, and that was a full buy for Sweet and Sour. They're forced onto an eco again. The score somehow is even, because Wild on this defense have been pretty much near perfect.
Goes there.
Defa's gone down straight away again.
Oh no! Insult to injury. That is demoralizing. So daunting. And even though the previous round was prevented from being a flawless, this one is completely clean. Squeaky clean. 4 ultimates available as well. Wild have found the lead. And they're just 2 rounds away from making Pearl their own.
Pretty much got max money for the rest of this game as well. It does end up going to overtime. Sweet and Sour, not too much. Losing this round, they're on an eco again, and it's match point for Wild. So this one is probably the most important. And the ultimate they have is the Empress. Defo again is just losing out on these fights so much. Hunter's Fury's had to be used to try and like rat him out in these positions, but he's had to give up so much and group up with the rest of the team.
Aiden, he realizes there's a lot coming towards him, but he can't recover on time. Deceased looks
Nice trade.
to put in the pressure. Merrick's is able to jump up in front and deal with Deceased who had crossed, so it does keep things on even standing.
Teleport's ready.
Everything's been shut down for a moment. All of that control over for Fraction on the B side of the map. And it's 3 players from Wild that are just grouping up to try and take space. Able to actually get Yancer, who has just come out of the Aldron.
How?
4v3 now, advantage for them. Drog's kind of isolated on his own, so it's a nice pickup for Viti, ex-teammates. Defo just gets double peaked, now what we can do about it.
It's just those 3 players just grouping up together and clearing the entirety of that back and
30
forth.
seconds left.
And Wild have conditioned Sweet and Sour that they're not too aggressive. They're not ones to take too many fights. And then they just push out of art like it's nothing and catch Yanto off guard. And that's the right moment to do it. The perfect opportunity to take. Affin might give his team a way
10
in.
seconds left.
2 versus 2.
Placing wall trap.
A retake scenario. Fraction can hear him. I'm sure he has. Sure he has. Oh, Viti the timing. Oh, but the blades are out on time. Affin alone. This is another one. Holding very far backwards.
The Vice Wall is a potential annoyance. Yeah, it's been triggered. Well, shares even, so it's just this post plant setup. Or even with the time or not.
First. Oh. This was a risky one because both Wild players were looking in different directions. So if either of them lost the fight there, it could have been 2 one-on-ones. But it wasn't. Fraction recovered it well. He's definitely feeling himself now on the defensive side. Only 1 round required. This is a magnificent comeback from Wild. All they have to do now is stick the landing.
Yes, Sweet and South almost found their way back into that round, though. Wild luckily being able to rely on some of these players. Fraction now leading the kills in the server. Even Aiden right at the bottom kills, but some of the impact kills have been the defining moments for Wild. A buy is available for Sweet and Sour, but just.
East. Up first. Merrick's.
Oh no, he's just seen for a second.
Wow. It is still traded. There was alert from Defo. Over the walls, double doors, but it is caught by Fraction. The cross comes in from Deceased, looking to find Drog. That's a really important neural theft. Reveals exactly where Deceased is, so Drog is awaiting for his approach. Second chop comes in, and that's Deceased to win the fight instead. A-side taking over, and Affin is determined to keep Sweet and Sour alive in this game. OT or nothing is what he cries, although Fraction is not going to make it easy.
Aiden trying to flank all the way around, but time is not on their side. Diseased has done so well to just brute force some space, playing in the smoke. And give the rest of his team an idea on where this operator is coming from. And it's just the operator left alive.
Never mind. Operator thrown off the map.
Imagine.
That would have been crazy. I stopped talking for a second because I wanted to see it. Things like that do not need talking over. It didn't happen though, so we're chill. 12-11. Still match point for Wild. The best of 1 in this Swiss stage. Can they do it? Or is this OT?
It's all from Wild just having a bit of a resurgence at the end of the last half and losing only a spattering of them over here.
Leave that back.
Twins out 8-4 up, 8-1 up at a given point, and Fractioned might just take this map right from underneath their fingers. He even got Drog with the Odin as well. Defo's found no success with these kind of plays. It's just whether or not Aiden sees him.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Finds the cam. But Defo is also conditioned well that he's the lurker. So there's not going to be too much of a reaction to them spotting him. Here we go. Into the B side they go. Aiden might be in trouble. He's not being dealt with just yet. So Wild have been able to approach ever closer. Aiden not
Nice
able to
bait.
trade. Sweet and Sour keeping themselves ahead. Merrick's damaged up. And Fraction is now on higher ground. Spike not down yet. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
This is a tough one. Anyone's game. The pressure is on. But this is do or die for Sweet and Sour. You lose this, you lose the first series in the Swiss stage. So they play it simple. Spike down and await for Wild to make their move.
Defo's stuck. Suppressed for the time being, but nobody's really looking in that direction just yet. And that's because the crossfire is
Deti!
so strong.
That's crazy from Bitty. Exactly what Sweet and Sour needed, and we're going to overtime. I wouldn't have it any other way. Close out the day with a close series. We were talking at the start of this game in the first half that it was really one-sided for Sweet and Sour, but there was a resurgence towards the end, and Wild found their comfort on the defense. 2 rounds needed consecutive for either team to gain their first win.
And really, it's just a case of like who can win on the attacking side, because that's the one that's been struggling for both. Like which player can really show up in the end. Deti started off strong on that first half, saved a couple of rounds in the end for them too, but Fractioned, the latest duelist player on the side of Wild, has been pretty much that. Wild in how he's playing and what he's just able to achieve for this squad.
Concealment.
Wild looking to break through. The attacking side was their weaker of the two. Same could be said about both teams. And Ianto's able to make a stronghold of the site. So the trend continues. Defensive side, strongest side. So yeah, Aiden drops here, but I think the question is, they weren't quite able to get too many attacking rounds in the last half. Will they be able to find the one where they need it the most?
Want to get through here, they have to get past this wall, which is going to give them away. Aphon's ready to peek at that exact moment. Does spot them. Flawless round. It's the first for overtime. And a very, very simple shutdown from Sweet and Sour over on that A site.
Let's have a look at this. The Sweet and Sour have what it takes. It's so close, so freaking close. To think that either of these teams could be the beneficiary of a win early on in the Swiss stage. It's growing pains. Witnessing them.
For both teams,
It's
really.
exciting. Really, true.
minute still left to go for this round until the spike's planted. Defenders just getting some information with the Eldron, albeit not too much. Actually grouping up towards A where the Cypher setup is. Fractioned. A lot on his plate right now with the operator to not get overran here. And completely cut noise for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, it'll be hard to expect that angle. This could be a freebie. Defo. Oh, he is ready for it. This is operator fight. And now Merrick's looking to hold in a close angle. It is traded by Deceased, crucially so. Wild scrapping to get themselves close to the site. Spike down, Jog retaliates 3 versus 3. Shock dart towards Deceased. It misses. He knows there is presence nearby. Doesn't fall for the bait, but Aiden recovers either way. And Wild might be able to recover it all together. Defo, backside. Oh, he's clean with it. He's low in health though and needs to recover for the next shot, and he does! Bradley by himself, and he needs to account for 2 different angles. 180-degree turn, and it's not in time for Viddy's push. 14 to 12. Sweet and Sour have done it.
It's a close map, at the very least. It wasn't looking like it was going to start off. It was going to be more like the game that we just saw over on Abyss, but I don't know how I feel about that map, full stop. I think like the first 2 games, I'm sort of looking at both teams and going, okay, I can see like a lot of promise here, but this one, I don't think either team is going to feel happy about how that went.
Yeah, it was a scrappy one, especially towards the end. But, you know, a win is a win. And, right, Sweet and Sour just telling Wild, how dare you make us wait to play the end of this, the last game of today. It really was a spectacular one. A great start from Sweet and Sour, but just didn't really go their way on that second half. That is definitely a half for the drawing board as they enter that 1-0 bracket in the Swiss stage. But Ryan, yeah, that does conclude our day. Obviously, we'll be talking about this game, we'll be reflecting upon it. But yeah, I don't know. Where do you begin reflecting on this game as a whole?
I think it is just like the attacking sides for both, like Wild just starting off slow, like struggling to get things going. And then probably for Sweet and Sour, I think it's just a case of the comp. Like, is there a better way of approaching this? Like, it concerns me to see Disease playing on Reyna when, like, my main concern from watching him on LGD was, like, the heroes that he's actually able to play. Like, at this point in his career when he's been around so long, there's no excuse to not have more agents under your pool, but it's a case of we'll see for the rest of Swiss. It might just be this chance, it might be just to do something a little bit different. So yeah, I'm curious on what the Sweet and Sour team can do. There's a lot of names on this roster that I do like, but there's also a lot of like having to showcase that you deserve to be like a top 8 team in this region for sure.
Yeah, and you potentially only have 3 matches to do it at the start, right? You only have 2 best of 1s and a best of 3 if you don't end up winning too many. But yeah, this was an interesting one, right? With a few players that stood out more than the others. I think Defo at some point you criticized him, and then for all of a sudden he's back again doing wonder work with a headhunter.
Yeah, and I think they won the round right at the end because of the play that Defo made. So we all know him at this point. He's been in the scene from the very beginning, like international Masters winner as well, back in Masters Berlin of 2021 even. So, like, we do know that there's a lot of question mark plays that he makes, but sometimes those question mark plays are the reason why he ends up winning in the first place. So that's just a Defo treatment, I guess.
I guess so. But this was only one out of the 4 series we had today. So let's have a look in case you missed the action to see how those matches went. They were all best of 1s, mind you, with Metizport winning the first one, EP the second, Zero Tenacity the third, and finally Sweet and Sour, the only team from the lot that came from the lower Swiss stage to win their match today. So big stuff really for Sweet and Sour. I think this today has shown how competitive these games can be. But let's have a look at also the next 4 games that will be played for the first round of the Swiss stage. Those will be played tomorrow. Same time, I hope you guys will be joining us for them. And I think some very exciting matchups coming up ahead with some debut teams we'd love to see.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy is like the more interesting one for me, but Escape Gaming, Nom, Formulation, Havu as well, like a lot of like orgs or just previous unsigned teams that have come together in the past, and just going through each of the individual names brings you like a really interesting potential contender to be making the top 8, to be making playoffs, and to potentially be making the first ever challenges of this year later on for stage 1.
Yeah, a lot of clashes of North versus East as well, which I am loving. Some teams have kind of went, I'm going to get a bit of both worlds, but some of them have also gone, nah, it's sticking to our roots. Yeah, having to see both of these regions merging is really cool to see. Thank you guys for joining us for the broadcast today. The start of Challenges Northeast seems to be kicking off quite nicely. Hopefully, we see some awesome action for the rest of the days to come. Thank you again for joining us, and we'll be seeing you again tomorrow.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover.